All rise.
Good afternoon, you may be seated. Good afternoon. This is the time set for the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for September 12th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar. I am Commissioner Dyer, and before we get started, there's a few things that I want to explain to you all. First, I'm going to call each of you up to the podium one by one. I will ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth. I will then tell you why you were here and whether or not an attorney has been appointed to represent you. I will then let you know what your upcoming court dates will be. Then I will let you know what your bond will be if you are eligible for bond and what your release conditions will be. Some of you may have some questions while I'm providing this advisement. I first just ask that you please don't interrupt. Let me complete the advisement. After I complete the advisement, you may ask your questions. I'm also cautioning you that your questions should only be related to your release conditions. This is a recorded proceeding. Anything that you say here could be used against you, so any questions about your case, any legal questions about your case should be saved and directed towards your attorney. The first person that I'm calling to the podium is Mr. Guzman. If you will please come to the podium, and Mr. Elmer Cervantes, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Guillermo Guzman, August 16, 2000.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on September 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on September 22nd at 8:30. Because you were on felony release at the time that these alleged offenses occurred, you are not eligible for bond today by Arizona law. So I did schedule an evidentiary hearing for you for September 19th at 1:30. This takes care of everything that I have to talk to you about this afternoon. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Cervantes, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Stowers, if you please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
My name is Elmer Gustavo Patiño Cervantes, born February 2nd, 1986.
You are here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. I do note that you were brought here, I believe it looks like it was pursuant to a writ. So, yeah. So you will, I would caution you against posting bond. It will not secure your release. Because you're being held for, I believe, for the U.S. Marshal. That's where the hold is. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to look at the information, and I'm having some difficulty. So I'm going to just make some additions to this order just so that it's clear. Okay, and according to the writ, you will remain in the sheriff's custody until this matter is resolved. Believe that that's everything that I needed to talk to you about today. If you do not have any questions for me, for Mr. Cervantes, I just needed to make some additions to his release order. So if you'll go ahead and have a seat, we'll bring it into you momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's ready. Mr. Stowers, if you'll please come to the podium. And Mr. Cassis, Allen, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Stephen Stowers, 51776.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony, 1 count of reckless driving, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of the charges, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on September 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on September 22nd at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you must comply with your release conditions as well as appear for your court date. If you fail to do so, that would result in the loss of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
I needed to change this one too. I just realized. No, the next one, Mr. Allen. Okay, I just corrected it. Mr. Allen, will you please, I'm so sorry. Mr. Allen, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Meza, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, Cassius Allen, 6/21/1987.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest, passive resistance, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of failing to obey a police officer, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of those counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on September 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on September 22nd at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you must appear for both of your court dates. If you fail to do so, any bond that you post will be lost. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. So this takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, officer. Are we reprinting it?
Yeah, I have it.
For Al?
Yeah.
Have a seat out there, I'll bring you your paperwork.
Mr. Meza, will you please come to the podium? Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Roberto Mesa, 11489.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on September 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on September 22nd at 8:30. Your warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you must comply with your release conditions as well as appear for your court dates. Failure to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about this afternoon. If you have no questions for me, feel free to step to your left, officer.
You know, is there any chance that I can get released on pretrial services?
No, you are already released and you failed to appear.
I know, and I did everything I could so I can keep up with it. And there was a few times that when I had finally tried to get a hold of my lawyer and to actually be able to speak to him about what I was trying to reach him out, what I was trying to let him know about, then I got a letter in the mail saying that.
Okay, I'm going to stop you because I'm looking at your case. You were seen here on August 12th, and you were released at that time. You were released to pretrial services, and you were told that if you did not appear for your court date, that a warrant would issue for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. You had court, and you did not appear for your court date, so now a bond is being imposed. There's really nothing more to talk about. You were already on pretrial services, and you didn't comply.
I had did like a letter to quash the warrant.
This is a new case. I don't even know what you're talking about, but you know what's been going on. You know what you were told when you were here on August 12th. You were given the paperwork, so there's really no more discussion to be had. If you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Right.
Ms. Martinez, Cynthia Martinez, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Harrington, if you will please have a seat in the chair by the door. Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Cynthia Martinez, my date of birth is 10/7/1995.
You were here today because 2 warrants were issued for your arrest when you failed to appear for your court date. Attorneys were already appointed to represent you in these matters. You will have a non-witness violation possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30. Each of your warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250, so your total secured appearance bond is $500. If you are able to post bond, you must appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Warrants will again issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about this afternoon. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Both of my bonds are $250. I came here with $280. I'd ask if you just drop down like.
I'm not. These are for violations of probation. These warrants were issued on May 15th of 2023.
Okay.
Mr. Harrington, will you please come to the podium? And
This one right here.
Mr. Sherrell, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Justin Harrington, 5290.
Thank you. You are here today because you have one new case and then you have a violation of probation. On your new case, you were charged with 1 count of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a Class 3 misdemeanor, and 1 count of assault with intent to injure, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have an arraignment hearing on September 16th at 1:30. You have a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your violation of probation matter, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 in that matter. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims. You cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment that have been issued, you must comply with those orders. And you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You cannot reside at the same location as the alleged victim. If you have any essential belongings, or if you have any belongings, you are permitted, one civil standby with local law enforcement to assist you in collecting your essential belongings. You are also cautioned that if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, that you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Failure to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court dates would result in the loss of any bond that you post. warrants would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. So this takes care of everything I needed to talk to you about today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left.
Thank you.
Mr. Sherrill, will you please come to the podium? And Samantha Ross, will you please have a seat in the chair by the door? Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Coulter Sherrill, and it's April 12th, 1991.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Desert Ridge Justice Court. Due to the nature of the offense, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on September 29th at 1:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
Failure to appear for your court date would result in another warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond would likely be imposed. I am giving you an opportunity to take care of this. The recommended bond for you was $2,000, so please show up to court.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you'll step to your left, officer
Thank you
will
very
give you your paperwork. Ms. Ross, will you please come to the podium? And Thomas Stoll, will you please have a seat in the chair? Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Samantha Ross, June 9th, 1984.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Arrowhead Justice Court. Due to the nature of the offense, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on September 30th at 2 p.m. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, I do.
Please be advised, if you fail to appear, another warrant will issue for your arrest, and at a minimum, you're looking at a bond at a minimum in the amount of $150 or more. So make sure you go to court and take care of this. All right, if you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Stoll, will you please come to the podium? And Jeremy Thompson, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Thomas Stoll, 05-2697.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Santan Justice Court. Due to the nature of the offense, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You will have an arraignment hearing on September 30th at 9 a.m. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
I do.
If you fail to appear for your court date, another warrant will issue for your arrest, and a bond would likely be imposed. I will let you know that this warrant had a suggested bond of $680. So go to court. That takes care of everything I needed to talk to you about. If you have no questions for me, if you'll sit to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, will you please come to the podium? And Ruben Corona, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Jeremy Thompson, October 27th, 1987.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Surprise Municipal Court. Due to the nature of the charge, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on October 7th at 1:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to appear for your court date, another warrant will issue for your arrest, and a bond will likely be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Corona, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Johnson, will you please have a seat in the chair, on the chair by the door? Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Ruben Corona, 1985.
What month were you born?
Oh, 4/9/1985, sorry about that.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Buckeye Municipal Court. Due to the nature of the offense, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on September 30th at 2 p.m. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
I promise.
If you fail to appear for your court date, another warrant will issue for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. I will let you know that the recommended bond for you is $250. So if you do not show up to court and another warrant is issued, at a minimum, you're looking at $250.
Okay.
So if you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good day.
Mr. Aaron Johnson, will you please come to the podium? Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Aaron Johnson, 8/11/95.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Surprise Municipal Court. Due to the nature of the charge, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on October 7th at 1:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be advised that if you fail to appear for your court date, another warrant will issue for your arrest and a bond will likely be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
This takes care of everything I needed to talk to you about. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Goins, if you'll please come to the podium. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Kimball Gowans, October 4th, 1967.
Sir, you were here today as a fugitive of justice. You do have a warrant that was issued for your arrest out of the state of New York. As a fugitive of justice, you do have the right to have an extradition hearing. You would not be entitled for bond because your warrant is due to a parole violation. You do have the right to hire an attorney at your own expense. One would not be appointed to you because this is a matter that's civil in nature rather than criminal. An extradition requires a governor's warrant to be signed by both the governor here in Arizona and the governor of New York. That process can take between 60 and 90 days. You also have the right to waive an extradition hearing. If you choose to waive an extradition hearing, you would not be entitled to bond, which is a non-issue here due to the nature of the warrant. New York would have 30 days from tomorrow to come pick you up if you have no local charges pending. If you have local charges pending, the 30 days would not start until after those local charges were resolved. I was advised that you were not able to read the paperwork that was provided to you today. Is that still true?
Yes, but I do know what the paperwork says because the officer outside explained it to me.
Okay. Do you know how you'd like to proceed today?
I would like to sign extradition papers.
You would like to, you want to waive your...
I would like to sign them.
Well, what I'm asking you is, do you want to waive the extradition hearing? That's the question?
Yes.
Okay. So before we get started, I'm going to have to ask you some questions just to confirm that you do understand. So I do want to make a record that while you yourself were not able to read the paperwork, you did receive some assistance in reviewing the paperwork regarding your rights for this process?
Yes.
And do you understand that you do not have to sign the paperwork?
Yes.
You do understand that you have the right to have an extradition hearing?
Yes.
And you do understand that you could hire an attorney at your own expense?
Yes.
And you do understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by both the governors in Arizona and New York before you are returned to New York?
Can you repeat that one?
You do understand that you have the right to demand that governor's warrant be signed by both the governor here in Arizona and the governor of New York before you are returned, and you understand that you are not entitled to bond because of the nature of the warrant?
Yes.
And do you want to give up all of these rights and sign the paperwork?
Yes.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
No.
I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I'm going to also sign it. I'm directing the sheriff's office to notify New York that you are ready to be returned. New York will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up. Unless you have any local charges pending, then the 30 days would not begin until those local matters are resolved. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. If you will please step forward, we will need you to sign off on the paperwork. I've already signed it.
The interpreter is already online.
Oh, so we can just start? Okay. Is the interpreter able to hear the court?
Yes, Your Honor, loud and clear. Good afternoon. Once again, this is Lázaro Fernandez, court interpreter.
Thank you. Mr. Ramirez, will you please come to the podium?
Señor Ramírez, ¿puede usted por favor pasar al podio?
Is Alexis Ramirez in here?
Okay, you're gonna do it one more time. Perfect.
Alexis Ramírez se encuentra presente.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, ¿puede usted, por favor, decir su nombre, sus apellidos y su fecha de nacimiento?
Mi nombre es Alexis Rodríguez Ramírez, mi fecha de nacimiento es 12 de octubre de 1997.
My name is Alexis Rodriguez Ramirez, and my date of birth is October 12, 1997.
You are here today on a new case.
Se encuentra el día de hoy acá bajo un nuevo caso.
You were charged with 1 count of criminal trespass.
You can just wait there until they're done.
Se le acusa a usted de una acusación de allanamiento de morada.
A Class 6 felony.
Ese es un delito de clase 6.
1 count of disobeying or resisting an order or mandate of the court, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Una acusación de desobediencia o desacato de una orden judicial, una falta de clase 1.
And 1 count of assault with intent to injure, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Y una acusación de agresión con la intención de causar lesión, una falta de clase 1.
I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts.
He determinado que existe motivo razonado para justificar las 3 acusaciones.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
He nombrado a un abogado para que le represente.
You have a status conference hearing on September 18th at 8:30.
Tiene usted una consulta de actualización fijada para el día 18 de septiembre a las 8:30.
You have a preliminary hearing on September 22nd at 8:30.
Y una audiencia preliminar el día 22 de septiembre a las 8:30.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500.
Tiene usted una fianza respaldada que se ha fijado por la cifra de $2,500.
If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring.
Si puede usted depositar la fianza, va a quedar usted librado bajo la supervisión de la Agencia de Control de Procesados con un monitoreo de tubillera electrónica.
You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime.
No puede regresar usted al lugar de los supuestos hechos.
You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims.
No puede usted iniciar contacto con ninguna de las supuestas víctimas.
You cannot possess any weapons.
No puede encontrarse en tenencia usted de ningún arma.
If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment,
Si por alguna razón existe algún tipo de orden de alejamiento o interdicto contra el acoso,
you must obey the terms of those orders.
debe usted de cumplir con los requisitos de estas.
If you violate the no victim contact order in this case,
Si quebrantándose la orden de no tener contacto con la víctima en ese caso,
you could be charged with aggravated harassment,
se le puede imputar una acusación de acoso agravado,
which is a Class 6 felony.
el cual es un delito de clase 6.
Failure to comply with release conditions or appear for your court date,
El incumplir con esas medidas cautelares o el no comparecer a las audiencias futuras
will result in the loss of any bond that you post.
va a resultar en que pierda cualquier fianza que haya usted depositado.
A warrant will issue for your arrest,
Una orden de aprehensión será emitida para su arresto
and additional bond could be imposed.
y se pueden imponer fianzas adicionales.
This takes care of everything I needed to talk to you about this afternoon.
Eso se encarga de todo, de lo cual necesitaba hablar yo con usted esta tarde.
If you have no questions for me,
Si no tiene ninguna pregunta usted para mí,
please step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork.
por favor pase acá a la izquierda, la gente le va a entregar todos sus documentos.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Mr. Rolando, if you will please come to the podium.
Señor Rolando, si puede pasar usted al podio.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, ¿puede usted por favor decirnos su nombre, apellido y fecha de nacimiento?
Gaspar Rolando y Hompu.
Gaspar, Rolando y Hampu.
Sí. 1990, 1 de abril.
April 1st, 1990.
You are here because a grand jury charged you with 2 counts of sexual conduct with a minor, a Class 2 felony.
Se encuentra usted aquí porque el jurado indagatorio ha determinado que se han presentado dos acusaciones de conducta sexual con un menor, delitos de clase 2.
The date of these alleged offenses is April 30th, 2025.
La fecha en la cual esos supuestos ilícitos sucedieron fue el día 30 de abril del 2025.
I have appointed an attorney to represent you in this matter.
He nombrado un abogado para que le represente en ese caso.
You have an arraignment hearing on September 19th at 8:30.
Tiene usted una vista incoatoria fijada para el día 19 de septiembre a las 8:30.
The grand jury warrant issued a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $500,000.
El jurado indagatorio ha emitido que se fije una fianza de solamente efectivo por $500,000.
If you are able to post bond, you would be released to pretrial services with electronic monitoring.
Si puede usted depositar la fianza, sería usted excarcelado bajo la supervisión de la Agencia de Control de Procesados con un monitoreo electrónico.
You cannot have any contact with the alleged victim or victims.
No puede tener usted ningún contacto con la supuesta víctima o víctimas.
You cannot have any contact with minor children.
No puede tener ningún contacto usted con ningún menor de edad.
You cannot possess any weapons.
No puede encontrarse usted en tenencia de ningún arma.
Failure to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court date.
El incumplir con sus medidas cautelares o el no presentarse a sus fechas de comparecencia futuras
Would result in the loss of any bond that you post.
va a resultar en que pierda usted cualquier fianza que haya depositado.
Another warrant would issue for your arrest.
Otra orden de aprehensión sería emitida en su contra
And additional bond could be imposed.
y se pudiera imponer fianzas adicionales.
This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about this afternoon.
Eso se encarga de todo de lo cual necesitaba platicar yo con usted esta tarde.
If you have no questions for me,
Si no tiene ninguna pregunta usted para mí,
please step to your left. Do you have questions?
¿tiene usted preguntas?
Sí, tengo mis preguntas para señor los jueces y gracias por dar ideas. Pues si me dan una oportunidad para pagar la fianza, pues no hay problema. Yo voy a pagar la fianza y me dan una oportunidad para vivir aquí. Pues el problema, tal vez yo he metido el problema, pero que me
Deténgase un
perdone.
momento, señor. So, yes, I do have a question for the judge. Thank you for the ideas. And I would like to, if I am given the chance to pay the bond, and if I can be given the chance to live here. Continue.
I'm gonna stop right there. I don't make any decisions about where you live. If that's what the issue is, I don't make any decisions regarding that.
Bueno, voy a detenerlo ahí, señor. Yo no tomo ninguna decisión sobre dónde puede usted vivir. Así que lo voy a detener ahí. Yo no tomo decisiones relacionadas a eso.
So if there's a question or concern about removal, that's a different court.
Así que si tienes alguna pregunta o preocupación con respecto a la expulsión del país, esa pregunta es para una corte o tribunal diferente.
Ok, entonces, como dijeron que voy a pagar una fianza, ¿no?
Okay, so then you guys said that I will be paying a bond, right?
Your bond is cash, $500,000.
La fianza fijada en su caso es una fianza de dinero solamente en efectivo por la cifra de $500,000.
And there's no payments on that. You have to post that full amount of money in order to secure your release.
Sí, no puede hacer ningún tipo de arreglo de pagos para esta. Para poder depositar esa fianza, tendría que depositar usted la fianza completa para poder ser excarcelado.
Entonces, ¿no me va a dejar ir así?
So that means that you're not going to let me go like this?
No. Your release conditions are as I previously told you.
No, sus medidas cautelares son las que yo previamente le mencioné.
Pues lo que pasa es que tengo mis 3 niñas, tengo que mantenerlo y tengo que voy a luchar a trabajar para que voy a conseguir este dinero.
Well, what happens is that I have my 3 girls that I have to support, and I mean, I'm going to continue fighting and working to get this money.
Right now, my concern is really, number one, I don't have a lot of information. I know the grand jury charged you with 2 counts of sexual conduct with minor children.
Bueno, en ese momento, en realidad, mi preocupación es que no tengo yo mucha información y el jurado indagatorio lo ha imputado a usted con 2 acusaciones de conducta sexual con menores.
So that causes me to have concerns for the safety of children in the community with you in it.
Esto causa que tenga yo preocupaciones sobre la seguridad de los menores en la comunidad, teniéndolo usted.
Which is also why I ordered that you could not have any contact with minor children.
Lo cual es la razón por la cual ordené también que no puede usted tener contacto con menores de edad.
Your concern about going to work is not my concern.
La preocupación que usted tiene sobre ir a trabajar no es una preocupación que yo comparta.
My concern is about children being safe in the community.
Mi preocupación es la seguridad de los menores en la comunidad.
I believe that is really all I can answer for you this afternoon. If you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Creo que eso es todo lo que puedo contestarle yo esta tarde. Si puede usted, por favor, pasar acá a la izquierda, la gente le va a entregar todos sus papeles. Gracias.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. I believe we have called all of our interpreter matters for this afternoon. Thank you for helping us out. You may be excused.
It was a pleasure, Judge. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. James Becerra, date of birth May 26, 1999, is here on 2.
Here's the tablet for the house call. Oh, I'll grab it over here.
Mr. Becerra is here on 2.
And then I'll let you.
Mr. Becerra is here on 2 Justice Court warrants out of University Lake Justice Court. He is not present in court due to being placed in restrictive housing. I did appoint an attorney to represent him in both matters. He does have arraignment hearings on September 17th at 8:30. He does have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100 per warrant. So his total secured appearance bond is $200. If he is able to post bond, he will be advised that he must appear for his court date and comply with release conditions. He will further be advised that if he fails to do so, that would result in the loss of any bond that he posts, and warrants would again issue for his arrest. I will meet with Mr. Becerra. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Brian Burgett, date of birth September 19th, 1981, is here on one new case and a probation violation warrant. On the new case, he was charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause. I did appoint an attorney to represent him. He will have a status conference hearing on September 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on September 22nd at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. As to his probation violation warrant, I did appoint an attorney to represent him in that matter. He does have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30. He does have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If he is able to post bond, he will have a total secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,750. He will be advised that he cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, he cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and he cannot possess any weapons, and he must contact his probation officer within 72 hours of his release. He will further be advised that if he fails to comply with release conditions or fails to appear for his court dates, warrants will issue for his arrest and additional bond could be imposed. I will meet with Mr. Burgett, and if any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. This concludes the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 5 p.m.
All rise.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Person at the desk before me, were they on their knees? What is this?
Now, did you guys have the little one? I know one. Oops. Control officer Jim.
Come on. Getting there. Oh, boy. Okay, so. And let's see. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 5 p.m. Initial appearance calendar for September 12th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. All right, let's get started with, if I can have Tom Cook, please come out and take the podium, and if I can have Jeremy Rushing come to have a seat next to the door, please.
Podium, right over here.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Could you give me your full name and date of birth, please?
Tom Cook, 12/292.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cook, you are here for a failure to appear for warrant.
Right.
For bench warrant arising out of the Superior Court. I have appointed an attorney to represent you in this matter. Your next court date is a status conference on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to release conditions, this court has reviewed your matter and has imposed a bond in the amount of $7,500. That's a secured appearance bond. There are additional conditions to your release. I'm not going to go through all of them. You are going to get a copy of them in the paperwork you're about to receive.
All right.
Thank you very much. If you could step to the left. Jeremy Rushing. And if I can have Nicole Knowles. Nicole Knowles, please take a seat next to the door. Good afternoon, sir. Could I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Jeremy Nicholas Rushing, 12/18/2004.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rushing, you are here as a result of a Superior Court grand jury warrant. The grand jury has, the grand jury has determined there is probable cause to move forward on your charges. They involve 6 different allegations of organized retail theft, all Class 4 felonies, all occurring on different dates of offense. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is an arraignment, original arraignment on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to your release conditions, the grand jury has passed a bond. I am going to be affirming the grand jury bond in your case in the amount of $25,000. That's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. I know you have other cases that are pending. Normally, you would be non-bondable for new offenses, but I've looked at your other cases and I've determined that the date of the grand jury warrant for the offenses alleged therein preceded and predated the dates of your offenses in your open cases. So therefore, you are bondable. Again, that bond is $2,500. There are should you be able to post that bond, there are certain release conditions that you must abide by. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm going to go through some of them. You're not to return to the alleged scene of the crime. You have no contact with the victims. The rest of your release conditions, should you be able to make bond, are going to be included in the documents you are about to receive. Thank you very much. If I can have you step to your left. Nicole Knowles is next. And if I can have Brian Myers come to the seat next to the door. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can I have you give me your full name and date of birth?
Nicole Knowles, October 3rd, 1984.
84?
Yes.
Ms. Knowles, you are here on 2 matters. The first is number 13 on the calendar. It is a probation violation matter for a Class 6 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a probation revocation and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. It is alleged that you have violated terms 3, 5, and 7 of your probation. You have absconded from probation since April 2023. The bond amount in your case for this matter, for the 2015 matter, is $1,000 as a secured appearance bond. There are some additional release conditions that you must abide by. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you will be receiving them in the paperwork you will be handed here shortly. Your next matter is number 14 on the calendar. It's also a warrant for a probation violation for a Class 4 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you on that matter as well. Your next court date is a probation revocation and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to that matter, it is alleged that you have violated terms 3, 5, and 7 of your probation, and you have absconded on that matter since 2023. A bond amount, a secured appearance bond, has been set in that matter in the amount of $1,500. So, in total, it's $1,000 for the previous case and $1,500 for this case. Again, I'm not going to go through all of your release conditions. You're going to be getting a copy of them in the paperwork that you will be receiving shortly. Yes.
May I say something?
Sure.
The reason why I violated probation is because I actually I was sick. I went to the hospital. The hospital put me in an induced coma for 2 months. Obviously, I wasn't able to contact my probation officer. I understand that it's been 2 years since that happened. I should have come sooner. I didn't, and I do take responsibility for that. I did contact my probation officer and did self-surrender myself today. I called my probation officer, it was like 2 weeks ago, and I set up for me to self-surrender myself. I went down to the probation office and self-surrendered with him today. And he says that he should have put that in the notes. I don't know if that makes any difference, but, I mean, in all my past, I have come to court before, on all of my, every court that every time I've had to come to court, I've come.
I wish I had seen that in the notes. I don't see it in the notes.
That I self-surrendered?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he told me specifically that he was going to put that in the notes. Yeah.
Officer, do you have any information on that? Do you know whether or not there was a self-surrender?
For this, someone had if you want, I can log in and check to see if I can verify that for you.
All right, Ms. Knowles, what we're going to do is I'm going to recall this matter, if that's okay? Or am I going to be do we need to do that towards the end?
Yeah, we'll do that towards the end.
Okay, that's fine. All right, Ms. Knowles, let me, I mean, it counts to this court if you self-surrendered. All right, so I'm going to recall this matter a little later on in the calendar. If you could have a seat.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Brian Myers. Brian Myers, please take the podium with Jacob Ramirez. Jacob Ramirez. If I can have Jacob Ramirez take a seat next to the door, please. Good afternoon, sir. Please give me your full name and date of birth.
Brian K. Myers, 11/17/84.
Thank you very much. Mr. Myers, you are 11/17/84. Correct. Okay, you're here on two matters. The first one is a probation violation matter. It's for a Class 4 felony. It's a warrant stemming from that probation violation. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a probation revocation and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. It is alleged that you have violated terms 3, 5, and 7 of your release conditions. As to this matter, number 15 on the calendar, it's a CR 22 matter, 030746. You are defendant 1. The court has imposed a $500 secured appearance bond. $500 secured appearance bond. There are additional release conditions that you must abide by should you be able to post that bond, a copy of which you will be receiving here shortly. As to your other matter, number 16 on the calendar, that's also a probation violation warrant from the Superior Court for a Class 4 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter as well. Your next court date is probation revocation and possible disposition hearing, also on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. In that matter, it is also alleged that you have violated terms 3, 5, and 7 of your probation. And as to that matter, the court has imposed a $500 secured appearance bond. So a total for $1,000 secured appearance bond, a total of $1,000 on $500 on each case. Excuse me. There are some additional release conditions should you be able to post your bond. I'm not going to go through all of them now, but you will be getting a copy of them in writing as to both cases as you exit to your left. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jacob Ramirez. And if I can have Travis Driscoll come to the seat next to the door, please. Good afternoon. Could I have your full name and date of birth?
Jacob Ramirez, 8/17/05.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez, you are also here on a probation violation warrant stemming from the Superior Court for a Class 6 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is September 19th, and that's going to be a probation revocation and possible disposition hearing. It is alleged that you have violated term 5 of your probation, and your whereabouts were unknown since January 27th of this year. A previous judicial officer has issued a bond in your matter, a secured appearance bond, and I'm going to be affirming that bond in the amount of $250. $250. Should you be able to post that bond, there are additional conditions of your release that you must abide by, including contacting your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You're going to be getting a copy of all your release conditions here momentarily. If I can have you step to your left, please. Travis Driscoll. And if I can have Cody Lindsay take a seat by the door, please. Good afternoon, sir. Please give me your full name and date of birth.
Travis Wayne Driscoll, 8179.
Thank you very much, Mr. Driscoll. You are here out of a justice court warrant from the North Valley Justice Court for a misdemeanor offense. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a arraignment hearing on September 17th at 8:30 a.m. As to your release conditions, the court has imposed a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250.
$250?
$250. So should you be able to post that bond, you will be released. There are some additional release conditions that you must abide by. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'm going to go through some of them. You can't go back to the scene of the crime, and you cannot have any contact with the alleged victims in this matter. The rest of your release conditions are going to be provided to you. All of your release conditions, including the ones I haven't gone over, are going to be provided to you in writing here in a moment. If I can have you step to your left, but before you do, I want to mention to you, should you be able to post that bond, the address for the North Valley Justice Court is also going to be on the paperwork you're going to receive. So should you be able to post that bond, make sure you get to court by the 17th.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cody Lindsay, please take the podium. And if I can have April Bruchnan come to the chair next to the door, please. Good afternoon, sir. Could I have you give me your full name and date of birth?
Cody Lindsay, 10590.
Thank you very much. You are here on 2 cases. The first is a 2018 matter. It is a Superior Court probation violation warrant for a Class X felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a probation revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. It is alleged that you have violated terms 6 and 7 of your release conditions, and you've absconded from probation since August of 2022. The court has reviewed the circumstances related to your case and has imposed a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 secured appearance bond. Should you be able to post that bond, there are some additional release conditions that you must abide by. I'm not going to go through all of them, but they will be provided for you in writing in the paperwork you're about to receive. Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Lindsay. I'm sorry. Mr. Lindsay, if you could come back, there's one more matter. Sorry about that. That's number 25 on the calendar. That's also that is a failure to appear bench warrant out of the Superior Court. That is for a Class 4 possession of dangerous drugs felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter as well. Your next court date is a status conference on September 26th, followed by a preliminary hearing on September 30th. both at 8:30 a.m., both in the downtown Superior Court. As to that matter, I don't know if you ever had notice of the fact that that matter existed. So because I had a feeling you didn't have notice, you're shaking your head as to
I didn't.
As to say no, affirming my suspicion. So as to that matter, I'm going to be releasing you on your own recognizance. Just make sure you get to court on the 26th on that matter.
Okay.
All right. There are other release conditions that you must abide by, including contacting your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You do post bond on your probation matter. You're going to get a copy of all of my release conditions here shortly for both matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
April Dressnun. And if I could have Columbia Lopez come to the seat next to the door, please. We're still in the afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please give me your full name and date of birth.
April Bresnan, July 13th, 1990.
Thank you very much. You are here on 3 matters. The first one is a new matter, new case. It is alleged that on the new case, you are being charged with 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of possession of drugs without a prescription, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of a shoplifting, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find that probable cause exists as to all of the allegations against you. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference on September 26th at 8:30 a.m., followed by a preliminary hearing on September 30th at 8:30 a.m., both in the downtown Superior Court. As to the release conditions in this matter, I am going to be releasing you to the supervision of pretrial service. So, now, with that said, there are additional release conditions that you must abide by. One is that you not return to the scene of the crime or have any contacts with any of the victims in this matter. Also, you're not to have any contact with your co-defendant. The rest of your release conditions are going to be all of your release conditions, including ones I haven't gone over, are going to be provided to you in writing. You're going to get a copy of that. Also, in the packet that you're going to receive on this matter, you're going to have a little card that tells you how to contact pretrial services upon your release. Make sure you do so within 24 hours of your release. Okay. As to your next matter, your second matter, that's number 27 on the calendar, you are here on a probation violation warrant from the Superior Court for a Class 6 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you in that case as well. Your next court date is a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to this case, your probation CR 2023 matter, probation violation matter, I'm also going to be releasing you to the custody of pretrial services. So again, you're going to be getting information. When you call pretrial services, call them as to both matters. The rest of your release conditions and a copy of all my release conditions, including the ones I haven't gone over with you, will be provided to you in writing here momentarily. And finally, your last matter, number 28 on the calendar, that's also a probation violation warrant from the Superior Court. I have appointed for a Class 6 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is September 19th, and that's going to be a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. For that matter, I'm also going to be releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. So all 3 matters, pretrial services, make sure you contact them as soon as possible after your release, but no less than 24 hours. The rest of your release conditions that I haven't gone over, and including the ones I have, will be provided to you in writing for all 3 matters here as you step to your left. Thank you very much. Columbia Lopez, And if I can have Alexander Moreno come to the seat next to the door, please. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please give me your full name and date of birth?
Columba Sarina Lopez, April 11th, 1982.
82.
Columba Zarina Lopez, April 11th, 1982.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Is that something that I could just change here? Okay. Officer, do you have her 1982? Her date of birth is 1982, because I want to make sure we.
So we have April 11th, 1981, so we have our
Okay.
records.
I'm going to update it in my system here, and this is pursuant to her information. I haven't been able to verify it any other way, so for the record. Okay, Ms. Lopez, you're here on probation violation warrant from the Superior Court for a Class 4 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to this matter, I will be releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. You're going to get a copy of how to contact them upon your release in the packet that you're about to receive, explaining all my orders, including some release conditions I have not gone over with you, but will be applicable to you. You must also contact your probation officer here within 72 hours of your release as well.
Okay.
You'll be getting a copy of all that information. If you could please step to your left. Alexander Moreno. And if I could have David Gilman or Gelman come to the seat next to the door, please. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please give me your full name and date of birth?
Alexander Moreno, 11/5/1997.
Okay. You are here on a new matter. It's a justice court matter out of the White Tank Justice Court. It's one count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is an arraignment hearing on September 30th at 9:30 a.m. I may have to reprint this one. Apologies. I need to ask you a question because it wasn't abundantly clear. Now, it is a new case. The Class 1 assault, I have found probable cause to exist for that offense and that allegation. The alleged victim in your matter, are you living in the same household?
No.
Okay. All right. So I am going to be releasing you. Wait. I am going to be releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. I'm going to go through some of your release conditions, not all of them. You're not to return to the scene of the crime. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim or the officers in this matter. And there are some additional release conditions that apply. Please review them. You're going to be getting a copy. I'm not going to go over them with you. It's up. I leave it up to you to review. You're going to be getting a copy of the newly printed forms here shortly, as well as the address for the White Tank Justice Court that you got to go to on September 30th. Okay. So make sure you call pretrial services within 24 hours of your release.
Okay.
Thank you very much. If I can have you step to your left.
Your Honor, in the matter of 13 and 14, I do have the information for Ms. Knowles versus Nicole.
Okay.
It appears that she did self-surrender to probation violation department, and that was at her request.
Okay. Very nice. Thank you very much. Officer, thank you very much for checking that for me. You have saved the court a lot of time in me doing it, going back there and trying to track
You're very
it down
welcome.
myself. So, with that said, I'm going to just take a moment here.
For census? Yes, it's in the house call.
All right, I'm going to have to reprint for Knowles 13 and 14.
Was there changes made?
If I could have Ms. Knowles pop in, we'll do this out of order. My apologies to the person sitting in the chair next to the door. All right, I think I just finished number 13. All right, we are back on the record on Nicole Knowles, numbers 13 and 14. Ms. Knowles, if I can have you state your full name and date of birth again for the record.
Nicole Knowles, 10/3/1984.
All right. As to these numbers, it was affirmed. Previously, I was going to provide you with a $1,000 bond on your matter, and then followed by a $1,500 bond for a total of $2,500 secured appearance bond. However, your argument has moved the court. The fact that you have self-surrendered shows the court that you are willing to take responsibility for that action, for your actions. So, and I commend you for that. It is important that you continue that initiative and show up to your next court date as well. With that said, as to number 13, the CR 2015 matter that we're currently on, it is again, just for the record, it is a probation for a Class 6 felony. It's stemming from a Superior Court violation of probation warrant. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is September 19th at 8:30 a.m. That's going to be a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. As to that matter, I am going to be releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. That supervision will also include drug testing and monitoring. There are some additional conditions of your release that you must abide by. Please review them. I'm not going to go through all of them with you, but one of them that I'm going to emphasize is that you also contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release and contact pretrial services in the packet information you're going to receive also within 24 hours of your release. As to number 14 on the calendar, that is a probation, for the record, that is a probation violation warrant from the Superior Court for a Class 4 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you there. Your next court date is a probation revocation arraignment and disposition hearing on September 19th, the same date as your other matter, at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to this matter, I'm also going to be releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services to be done in conjunction with drug testing and monitoring. It is important that you contact pretrial services within 24 hours for this matter as well as your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. The rest of your release conditions and all the release conditions I've discussed with you here today are going to be provided to you in writing in the information you're about to receive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, David, resuming with the calendar, David Gilman, or Gelman. And then if I can have Brittany Ashleyman come to the chair next to the door. Good afternoon, sir. Can I have you give me your full name and date of birth?
David Gelman, 11/22/1979.
Let's double check. 11/22/79. Thank you very much. Mr. Gelman, you are here on a new case arising out of the Superior Court. The allegations against you are 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. As to both counts, the court has found that probable cause exists. To both matters, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference on September 26th at 8:30 a.m., followed by a preliminary hearing on September 30th, also at 8:30 a.m., both in the downtown Superior Court. As to this matter, the court has reviewed the circumstances surrounding your case, and I will be releasing you on your own recognizance.
Thank you.
There are some additional release conditions that you must abide by. Please, you're going to get a copy of all my release conditions. I haven't gone over them with you, but you're going to get a copy of everything here when you step to your left and get your paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Brittany Eschleman. If I mispronounced that, I apologize.
You did it right.
Okay. Okay. Ma'am, could you give me your full name and date of birth, please?
Brittany Dale Eschleman, 32786.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You know what? I have to reprint this one. Just number 6. Okay. Here we go. All right. So number 6 on the calendar is a new matter. You're hearing 2 matters, 2 different matters. The first one is a new matter arising from the Superior Court, the Maricopa County Superior Court. You're charged with several alleged offenses. There is a shoplifting charge, a Class 1 misdemeanor, false reporting charge, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and obstruction or for providing an officer with a false name. That's a Class 2 misdemeanor. As to those offenses, I did find probable cause to exist. You are also charged with possession of narcotics, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. As to those matters, I did not find probable cause to exist to charge you with those offenses. So currently, you're facing just 3 misdemeanors.
Okay.
Because of this, I still have. That doesn't mean you're, and I need to preface it with the following. That doesn't mean that those charges are dismissed. What it means is I haven't found probable cause to hold you or place any restrictions on your release condition as to those charges. I am going to give you a new court date. You must still go to your new court date.
Absolutely.
And then whatever they do there with all the charges is what they do there with all the charges. I am going to be appointing an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference on September 26th at 8:30 a.m., followed by a preliminary hearing on September 30th, also at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown, both in the downtown Superior Court. As to this matter, given the fact that you, I'm just going to check one last thing here. I mean, given the fact that I only found probable cause on the misdemeanor charges, I will be releasing you on your own recognizance. You are not, there's some additional release conditions that you must abide by. You are not to return to the scene of the crime. You are not to have any contact with the alleged victims in this matter, and you can't have contact with your co-defendant. The rest of the release conditions I'm not going to go over, but you're going to get a copy of everything here in the paperwork shortly. If I could have you step to your left.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? That was I jumped the gun on it because you have two cases. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
The second case is number 7 on the calendar. It is a probation violation warrant from the Superior Court for a Class 4 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you on that matter. Your next court date is a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to that matter, your probation matter, I am releasing you to the custody of pretrial services.
Thank you so much.
You have to contact pretrial services. You're going to get information on how to do so. That supervision will also include alcohol testing and monitoring.
Okay.
So they will make arrangements with you as to how to do that. The rest of your release conditions I'm not going to go over, but you're going to get a copy of all of them here shortly. Now we're concluded on your matters. Thank you
so much.
Joseph Chapman, please. Joseph Chapman. And if I can have Christine Blake come to the seat next to the door. Good afternoon, sir. Can I have you give me your full name and date of birth?
Joseph Lee Chapman, March 31st, 1986.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chapman, you are here on a failure to appear bench warrant stemming from the Superior Court for 2 Class 4 felonies and a Class 6 felony, paraphernalia. The 2 Class 4s are possession of dangerous drugs and possession of narcotic drugs. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to this matter, I'm going to be releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. You're going to get a copy of you're going to get paperwork as to how to contact them. It is important that you contact them within 24 hours of your release. You're also going to get a copy of all my other orders. I'm not going to go through all your release conditions with you. I leave it to you to read them on your own, review them on your own, and then just make sure you get to court on September 19th. Thank you very much.
I do have one question, Your Honor.
Sure.
There was an assault that happened this morning with my arrest. I was just wondering the condition of my girlfriend. She was the assailant, me being the victim. Has she been released or?
You know, that's as more paperwork becomes available on your matter.
Yeah.
Since you're going to be appointed an attorney, I think that's a question for your next attorney.
Gotcha.
Oh, for your next attorney. For your attorney on your next court date.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Christine Blake next, please, with Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith coming to the seat next to the door, please. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you give me your full name and date of birth?
Yes, Christine Blake, 6/26/60. I'm gonna pay those fines.
I
I'm gonna pay them
see that.
today.
I see that, ma'am. You're here for a justice court warrant. East
Yeah.
Mesa Justice Court. It is an older matter stemming from 2020.
Yeah, I've been paying on it.
I have appointed an attorney to represent you on this matter. Your next court date is an arraignment on October 1st. It's going to be out a little ways.
Okay.
October 1st at 9 a.m. in the East Mesa Justice Court.
Okay. Can I pay it off before then?
As to your release conditions, you can't pay it from here. So,
Okay.
as to your release conditions, I am going to be releasing you on your own recognizance.
Thank you.
So upon your release, it is important that you
Okay.
contact the court, not only show up on
Oh, yeah,
your court
no
date,
problem.
the address of which will be provided to you for the East
Okay.
Mesa Justice Court, but also maybe you should contact them and
And see
make
if I can just
arrangements.
pay it now?
And sometimes it's not about paying it off, sometimes it's just getting back on a payment plan.
Yeah.
And it's fine. So then you're not back here again,
No,
because
thank
even
you.
though you're gonna be released on your own recognizance today.
Okay.
I mean, just the time and effort.
Yeah.
That you spent in custody.
I know.
I think could be avoided if you contact them.
Okay, I'll do that
Back on,
Monday morning.
okay, very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank
You're gonna be getting additional release conditions. I ask that you, review them and abide by all of them. I'm not gonna go through them with you today. Okay, but it is, but you'll be getting a copy of them here momentarily on your way.
And I can go home today? Thank you, sir.
Aaron Smith, and if I can have Ryan Kylolan, take a seat next to the door, please.
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Could I please have you give me your full name and date of birth?
Aaron Toy Smith, date of birth 10/06/87.
Okay. Mr. Smith, you're here on a probation violation warrant from the Superior Court. It is for a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is probation revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. I believe you may have been in custody when this warrant was issued in another jurisdiction. Therefore, you may
I was in
not,
Coconino.
yeah, so you may not have had notice that these things were happening. Because of that, I'm going to be releasing you on your own recognizance and on your promise to appear at your next court date.
Yes, I'm not leaving the county. I had to deal with stuff with my daughter and also my probation too.
Okay, all right. No, I mean, this all makes sense to me. That's one of the reasons why you saw some other people get a bond, you saw some other people get a higher bond.
Yeah.
You're getting OR'd.
Okay.
So because of that. So there are some additional release conditions that you must abide by. I'm not going to get into all of them, but you're going to get a copy of everything, including the ones I haven't talked about here as you step to your left. Please contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release.
Does Saturday and Sunday count as?
Contact them Monday morning.
Yeah,
Just to
Monday?
be on the safe
Okay,
side.
thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Kylolan.
You're close.
I was close. All right. Please, sir, give me your full name and date of birth.
Yeah, it's Ryan Andrew Kylonen, 5/13/90.
Kylolan. All right. Thank you very much. 5/13/1993, did you say?
No, it's 90. They had some confusion on the paperwork earlier, but it is 90, Your Honor.
Okay. For the record, I'm going to update your date of birth to 5/13/1990. Okay. Okay, you are here on a Superior Court arrest warrant for one count of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, one count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, one count of possession of forged or written instrument, a Class 4 felony, one count of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and one count of criminal impersonation. That's also a Class 6 felony. I have found that probable cause exists as to all counts. I'm sorry, this is an arrest warrant, so a probable cause has already been determined. However, I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference, and September 26th at 8:30 a.m., followed by a preliminary hearing on September 30th, also at 8:30 a.m., both in the Downtown Superior Court, as to the release conditions in your matter. I'm going to be releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. You're going to get information on how to contact them in the packet of papers that you're going to be receiving today. There are some additional conditions to your release. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I am going to go through some of them. You're not to initiate any contact with the alleged victims in your matter, and you're not to allege any contact with the arresting officers. The rest of your release conditions are going to be included in the paperwork that you're about to receive. Please make sure you contact the pretrial services.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And I'd just like to, I live in Prescott Valley now. Is that going to affect anything? I work down there. I'm living in a sober living right now. Is that going to affect anything with pretrial services?
You can chat with them about it. I mean, are you going chat with them about your current living arrangement? Let me see here something here. It's in Prescott Valley?
Yes, sir.
Are you going back there upon your release?
I have a job. I've been not at work. So yeah, I mean, I'm living in a sober living. I've been clean for a year. I just like to keep moving forward, Your Honor.
You'll be able to return?
Yeah,
September 19th?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to put in a special order that you can travel to Prescott Valley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Continue to reside in that, what county is that in?
Yavapai, Your Honor.
Yavapai.
Yes, sir.
I knew that. So I have to reprint that. Sorry. So I did put in an order saying that you may continue to reside in Prescott Valley.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
County, as long as you come back.
Yes, sir. I'll be there.
Here's the thing. If you don't come back, if there's an issue, contact you're going to have an attorney appointed to represent you. Make sure you contact your attorney so then he or she can let the court know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because another judge may not allow for
Absolutely.
this kind of leniency and release.
I appreciate it, Your Honor.
If there's an issue with returning to court.
All righty. Thank you, sir.
Give me one more second here. We're gonna have to reprint your paperwork. I don't see any.
Yeah, I have no doubt I'll make it. I have a car and a license and everything like that, Your Honor.
I don't see any felony convictions, any prior convictions for felonies. So you only have one, a failure to appear, but just one.
Yeah, I was definitely in active addiction prior to. I've been sober for a year, like I said, Your Honor. So.
All right, stay on top of this. And I'm sure we'll get this handled as well. Congratulations on this,
Thank you. Appreciate it, Your Honor.
Your sobriety. All right. Brandon Litt. Oh, nope, not yet. Hold on. I'm not ready to call anybody else yet. No, as soon as your paperwork's ready, you can go.
Commissioner, it looks like, we had made him an offer, but he's currently on an ambulance. He's gonna be going out in about 10 minutes.
You know what, is it possible, I mean, is it life-threatening, is it,
Yeah, there's.
it's nothing that we can rush back? I mean, if he's gonna be there for another.
In 15 minutes, so we need to get him.
If need be, would you like me to call in? Yes.
I mean, we can pause it and we can go talk if you want to go faster.
I may just do that, just so I can get him arraigned. I may just pause the calendar for now, and then, this is number 10?
Yes.
All right, yeah, all right, so, all right, as to number 10, Kentrell Thomas, he's here on a new matter, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felony, 1 count of criminal trespass. I have found probable cause to exist as to both counts. I have appointed an attorney to represent him. His next court date is a status conference September 26th, followed by preliminary hearing on September 30th, both at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to his release conditions, I was planning on, it was my inclination to release him to pretrial services. I'm going to go see him as part of a house call right now. If my inclination changes, that will be reflected in a separate writing and not reviewed back on here on the record. All right, so with that, we're going to pause the calendar so I can quickly see Mr. Thomas. Yeah? Might as well do the other one too while we're back there.
You want to all?
Yeah, I'm sorry, and just quickly, I'm not pausing the calendar. There is another matter, number 19, Curtis Lehman, and that is a new case with 1 count allegation of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 1 count of disorderly conduct of class 6 felony. The previous count was a class 3 felony, and 2 counts misdemeanors of shoplifting and assault. I have found probable cause to exist as to those counts. His next court date is a status conference on September 18th with a preliminary witness hearing or possible witness hearing on September 22nd, both at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to that matter, I am inclined to issue police conditions in the amount of a $10,000 secured appearance bond and no contact with the victims or returning to the scene of the crime. If I change my inclination, that will be reflected in a separate writing and not back on the record. With that, we are now going to pause the calendar so I can make the quick Let's do Brandon Litt next, please. Why isn't it updating? Here we go. All right, Mr. Litt, before I get to you, ladies and gentlemen, for whoever's here, my apologies for that pause. We are back on the record. This is what started off as the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar. There were some emergency medical issues with some of the other defendants that I had to address, and it was very time sensitive. So that took me off the bench, but we're back on. We're going to conclude the remaining calendar. So, sir, let's start with you. If you could give me your full name and date of birth, please.
Brandon Aaron Litt, 10/12/86.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Litt, you're here on a new matter. It is arising out of the Surprise Municipal Court. It is one count of disorderly conduct. That's a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to exist as to that offense. Given the nature of the offense, and because this matter is in municipal court, not just you, but no defendant is entitled to court-appointed counsel. However, you can retain counsel, private counsel, at your own expense. Your next court date is an arraignment hearing on October 7th. That's going to be out a little ways, October 7th, at 1:30 p.m. in the Surprise Municipal Court. All right, I'm going to go through some of your release conditions. Generally, as to your release condition, I am going to be releasing you on your own recognizance today. With that said, there are some additional release conditions that you must abide by. I'm going to go through some of them today. You're not to return to the alleged scene of the crime, and you're not to have any contact with the alleged victims. Now, I understand that the scene of the crime may also be your residence. So to that end, because the alleged victim is there too, we can't have you return to back home. So one of my orders is going to be that you find an alternative residence and provide the court with proof of that residence. However, the court, I'm also including in my orders that you are allowed one civil standby order. What that is, just for the record, you may know, but just for the record, you can contact Surprise PD and schedule a time for them to accompany you to your home. You'll be allowed a certain period of time to collect certain personal belongings of yours before you have to go to the alternate residence. Now, you can readdress release conditions if you retain an attorney, or and even if you don't, you may be able to readdress release conditions at your next court date in front of the Surprise Municipal Court judge assigned to your matter. You're going to get a copy of all my orders, including some release conditions I have not gone over here in a moment. If you could step to your left. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Okay. It's my understanding that we have an interpreter on the line. Is this true? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Okay.
you. This is Sasha. I am a language and Spanish interpreter.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. If I can have Alex Trujillo, Trojo, come to the podium, please.
Sí, Alex Trejo, ¿se puede pasar adelante al podio?
Sí.
Sir, could I have you give me your full name and date of birth?
Alex Trejo, noviembre 4 del 90.
Also, because we're using the interpreter, I'm going to ask the interpreter to finish first, finish speaking with you first, and then you can address the court. Madam Interpreter, if you could convey that as well.
Sure. Sí, vamos a hacer el intérprete, entonces le pido que permita que el intérprete termine primero y luego usted responde para dirigirse a la corte.
Ok, sí está bien.
Could you? Okay, so let's start.
Okay, go ahead.
So let's start it again. Give me your full name and date of birth.
Si me puede dar su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Alex Trejo, noviembre 4 del 90.
Alex Trejo, November 4th, 90.
Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Mr. Trejo, you are here as a result of a grand jury warrant.
Sí, señor Trejo, usted está aquí con relación a una orden del gran jurado.
The grand jury has found probable cause to exist as to the following felony offenses.
El gran jurado ha determinado que existen las siguientes ofensas y delitos graves.
Okay. Those offenses include one count of conspiracy, a class 2 felony.
Estas ofensas incluyen una cuenta de conspiración y dos tipos de delitos graves.
One count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a class 2 felony.
Un cargo por posesión de drogas narcóticas por venta.
One count of possession.
De delito.
One count of possession of dangerous drugs for sale, a class 2 felony.
Un cargo por posesión de drogas peligrosas y por venta.
One count of illegally conducting, one count of conducting an illegal enterprise, a class 3 felony.
Un cargo por conducir un negocio ilegal.
One count of money laundering. I'm sorry. One count of money laundering, a class 3 felony.
Un cargo por lavado de dinero, que sería un delito grave de clase 3.
And one count of possession of a firearm or dangerous weapon, a class 4 felony.
Y un cargo por posesión de arma de fuego o un arma peligrosa, que es un delito grave de clase 4.
I have appointed an attorney to represent you in this matter.
Le he encargado un abogado para que le represente por estos cargos.
Your next court date is an arraignment on September 19th at 8:30 a.m.
Su próximo día de corte es septiembre 19 a las 8:30 a.m.
That's going to be in the Downtown Superior Court.
Esto va a ser en la Corte Suprema de Downtown.
The grand jury has established a bond in your matter, and I am going to be affirming that bond in the amount of $200,000 cash only. $200,000 cash only.
Sí, el gran jurado le ha establecido una fianza por el monto de $200,000 en efectivo. Solamente en efectivo, y lo afirmo así.
Okay. There are additional release conditions. Should you be able to post that bond?
Hay otras condiciones para liberarlo en caso de que usted pueda pagar esa fianza.
You're going to get a copy of all the court's orders here in the paperwork you're going to be receiving here momentarily.
Usted va a recibir una copia de la orden de la corte aquí con los papeles que se le van a dar en un momento.
All right. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, gracias.
Thank you.
All right. 29? Yeah. All right.
Your Honor, he's asking us to ask you some questions, or is that too late?
Of course. Yeah. The interpreter's still on the line.
Es que lo que pasa es que estuve aquí hace 4 meses, y la policía de Phoenix me dejó con los U.S. Marshals.
What happened is that I was here 4 months ago. The Phoenix police left me here with the U.S. Marshals.
Y allá me sentenciaron por venir ilegal al país, y no sé cómo va a estar así, porque me dieron 3 años de probation para no estar aquí en el país, y no he terminado esa condena también.
They sentenced me to come to this country illegally to 3 years. And they gave me 3 years of probation, and I haven't finished that yet.
Okay. I do see that there is a federal hold on you in addition to the $200,000 cash-only bond.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead to the interpreter.
Sí, entonces aquí veo que también hay una esfera federal en adición a los $200,000 en efectivo para su fianza.
You're going to be able, when you get appointed, I have appointed an attorney for you. When you meet with your attorney, bring up these other matters as well, and they will talk about them to the next judge.
Sí, entonces cuando usted hable con el abogado que va a tener asignado, usted se va a reunir con ese abogado y le puede hablar de esos otros asuntos también para que ellos le asistan con eso y lo vean con el próximo juez.
Está bien, muchas gracias, señor juez.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Okay. Javier Munoz Rosales is next.
Javier Muñoz González es el próximo.
Aquí está bien.
Okay. Sir, could you give me your full name and date of birth?
¿Me puede dar su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento?
Javier Muñoz Rosales, 7/15/83.
Javier Muñoz Rosales, 7/15/83.
Okay. Officer, could you shut the door? Thank you very much. All right, sir, you are here as a result of a grand jury warrant.
Entonces usted está aquí como resultado de una orden del gran jurado.
¿Sí?
The grand jury has determined that there was probable cause to exist as to the following counts.
El gran jurado ha determinado que hay causa probable en las siguientes cortes.
Those allegations include one count of sexual conduct with a minor, a Class 2 felony.
Estos cargos incluyen alegaciones que incluyen un cargo por conducta sexual con un menor, que es una falta grave de clase 2.
One count of child molestation, a Class 2 felony.
Un cargo por abuso infantil es una falta grave de clase 1, clase 2.
And one count of a public sexual act, a Class 5 felony.
Y un cargo de actos sexuales públicos es una falta grave de clase 5.
I have appointed an attorney to represent you.
Le he consignado a un abogado para que les represente.
Your next court date is an arraignment on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court.
Su próxima fecha de corte es el 19 de septiembre a las 8:30 a.m. en la Corte Superior de Downtown.
As to your release conditions, the grand jury has imposed a cash bond in the amount of $150,000, and I am affirming that bond.
Sí, entonces el gran jurado le ha impuesto una fianza en efectivo por el monto de $150,000 y yo lo afirmo esa fianza el día de hoy.
Okay. There are other conditions to your release, that you have no contact with the alleged victims in this matter.
Hay otras condiciones para su liberación y es que no puede tener contacto con ninguna de las víctimas alegadas en esta situación.
And that you not return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Y que usted no vuelva a la escena del alegado crimen.
Let me just see here. If you do post the bond, you will be required to have an electronic monitoring device installed before you are released.
Si usted postea la fianza, se le va a requerir que tenga un aparato de monitoreo electrónico instalado antes de ser liberado.
Okay. All right. You're going to get a copy of my release orders handed to you here momentarily.
Usted va a tener una copia de la orden de liberación y le vamos a dar una copia momentáneamente.
Thank you very much. If you could step to your left, please.
¿Puedo hacer una pregunta?
I'm sorry?
I have a question.
Okay, please go. Oh, you know what? We need to shut the door again.
Yo tengo mi abogada que está siguiendo ese caso porque todavía no está cerrado, están en investigación, pero mi abogada está representando ese caso.
I have my lawyer following up on that case because it hasn't been closed. It's still under investigation, but my lawyer is representing me on that case.
Okay, thank you for that information.
De acuerdo, gracias por esa información.
Even though I have appointed an attorney to represent you, if you already have an attorney, he will be present with you at your next court date.
Aunque yo le haya asignado un abogado para que le represente, si ya usted tiene un abogado, le va a estar presente con usted en la próxima cita de corte.
Okay, muchas gracias.
And your attorney could be able to address release conditions in future court dates.
Y su abogado va a poder establecer cualquier condición de liberación para las futuras fechas de corte.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Could the interpreter announce if there's anyone else needing the services of a Spanish-speaking interpreter?
¿Alguien más necesita los servicios de un intérprete de español?
Okay, I don't see anybody raising their hand. I thank you very much for your help today. I can go ahead and release
Sure.
you. Thank you very much.
I am very sure that. Goodbye. Thank you. Sure.
Bye. Arturo Trevino. And is he the only one in the gallery?
Yes.
He's the only one. Okay. Hello, sir. Can you give me your full name and date of birth, please? Your full name and date of birth.
Oh, Arturo Trevino,
And what's your date of birth?
9/16/58.
All right, thank you very much. Where is this? Why didn't it show up? I mean, one second. Okay. All right, Mr. Trevino, you are here on a grand jury warrant. A grand jury has determined that probable cause has existed to charge you with the following count. One count of sexual assault, a Class 2 felony. The grand jury has also imposed a bond amount in your matter. It is a $250,000 secured appearance bond. I am going to be affirming that bond set by the grand jury. Should you be able to post that bond, you will also be required to have an electronic monitoring device installed with curfew prior to being released, and you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services. Okay, and I have to see. You are also not to return to the scene of the alleged crime and have no contact with any of the alleged victims or victim in your matter. There are some additional release conditions that you must abide by, a copy of all of which you are going to be handed here momentarily.
But, Your Honor, you said that I was accused of that, or, I'm sorry, I quite didn't understand.
You were accused, and the charges, those accusations were submitted to a grand jury. The grand jury passed an indictment to move your case forward.
Okay, but what you're talking about, this incident here happened like about 20 years ago?
I was working at a ranch by PIR, and the lady I was working for had people come over, and there was a young lady there, but I never touched it. As a matter of fact, the police came over,
And I need to, could you present the, okay.
the police came over, the sheriffs came over, and they didn't do anything because nothing was proven. And
You're gonna be appointed an attorney, because you can't, I can only go by what the grand jury is telling me. I don't have any other information except for the grand jury.
Okay, well, I talked to my wife because she asked me what was going on. I told her I didn't know. She found out, and they said that the state picked it up, but there was two gentlemen that went to where I used to live on Greenleaf Lane in Avondale, and they asked me if I was Arturo Trevino. I said yes.
I need to caution you about something. I need to let you know about something. So anything that you're saying here is gonna be recorded, and I'd hate for something to be used against you down the road. There's always that possibility, if you keep talking, that information could be used against you. So if you have a condition, if you have a question about your release, I can address that. But as to the specifics of your case, we shouldn't be talking about it. You shouldn't be talking about it.
Well, I don't understand why two gentlemen came out and told me that they had to take my saliva, and they said if we don't come back, just forget about it.
That's part of your release conditions. So you're going to get a copy of all your paperwork. If I could have you step to your line.
Can I be released today, or?
If you post the bond, you can.
How much?
$250,000.
Is that like 10%? Can I make payments or something?
It's a secured appearance bond. You can contact a bond company. The deputies here will give you information on how to do that, and they usually accept collect calls.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, you're going to get a copy of your paperwork. Thank you very much.
Is that it? Thank you.
All right, the rest of the matters on on the calendar were house calls, and that's because they were either a danger to themselves or others. As to number 17 on the calendar, that is Michelle Rankin. I did see her in custody. She was here on a probation violation from the Superior Court. I did appoint an attorney to represent her. Her next court date I advised her of is the probation revocation and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. I did inform her that she has a secured appearance bond of $250. The matter after that was Robin Santos. I did meet with Mr. Santos while he was in custody. I informed him of his charges that stem from a new case of 1 count of aggravated assault and 1 count, a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of threatening and intimidating, a Class 6 felony, along with a disorderly conduct of Class 1 misdemeanor. I did appoint an attorney to represent him. I did advise him that his next court date is a status conference on September 18th, followed by a preliminary hearing on September 22nd, both at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. I did also advise him that his bond is $20,000 as a secured appearance bond, and if he is able to post that bond, he has to put on an electronic monitoring device prior to being released. I believe we covered Mr. Curtis prior to me leaving the bench the first time. Yes. Okay. In case we didn't, I did see Mr. Curtis Lehman, and I did advise him that he has a new case with 1 count alleged aggravated assault, Class 3 felony, 1 count of a disorderly conduct, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of shoplifting, a misdemeanor, and 1 count of assault, also a misdemeanor. As to that case, I did inform him that I have. I did inform him that I had. Please be seated, thank you. All right. All right, good evening, everyone. This is the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We're starting a bit late. For September 12th, 2025, the court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. All right, if we can, we're good? Everything? Yeah. All right. If I can have Christopher Orozco, please, come to the podium, and then Mark Ramirez, if I could have you take a seat next to the door there. Good evening, sir. Could you please give me your full name and date of birth?
It's Christopher Orozco.
And what's your date of birth?
March 11th, year of 2002.
Thank you very much. So you're here today on a new matter stemming from the Superior Court. It is alleged that you have committed aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony. I did review the circumstances of your case, and I did find that probable cause does exist in your matter. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference on September 18th at 8:30 a.m., followed by a preliminary hearing on September 22nd, also at 8:30 a.m., both matters in the Downtown Superior Court. As to your release conditions, the court has determined that a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000 is appropriate. So you'll have to post your bond first before you get released. There are some additional release conditions that you would have to abide by should you be able to post bond. You can't return to the scene of the crime, and you can't have any contact with the alleged victim in this matter. Now, I understand that the scene, that the scene of the crime may be your home. So therefore, you would have to find an alternate place to stay. You can't return to your home. However, given that it may be your home, I'm going to allow for one civil standby order. So what that is that you can contact the police and set an appointment for them to meet you at your house, so then you can pick up your personal belongings before you have to leave there or not return there again. You can address these release conditions in future court dates with your attorney that's going to be appointed, that I have appointed for you. The rest of your release conditions I have not gone over, but you are going to get a copy of everything in the paperwork you're about to receive here. If I can have you take a step to your left and get your paperwork. Thank you. So for Mark Ramirez, number 5, can he at least create?
The electronic voice thing, he doesn't have a microphone with him to speak. I'm not sure what, but he can nod and give you some.
Okay. Mark Ramirez, please take the podium, and if I can have Gary Brody have a seat next to the door, please. All right, so we're going to have to figure this out. Is your name Mark Ramirez? Okay, I'm going to let the record reflect that, that you are nodding in the affirmative. Is your date of birth August 22nd, 1966? And for the record, the reason why you are not able to answer audibly is because there is you don't have the electrolarynx because you're in custody. Correct. All right. Sir, you're here on a new matter. It is a Superior Court case. It is alleged that you have committed 1 count of aggravated assault, Class 3 felony, and 1 count of possession of a firearm by a prohibited person, prohibited possessor. That's a Class 4 felony. I have found that probable cause exists as to both of those counts. I am going to appoint you an attorney to represent you in your matter. Your next court date is a status conference on September 18th at 8:30 a.m. That's going to be followed by a preliminary hearing September 22nd, also at 8:30 a.m., both in the downtown Superior Court. As to your release conditions, I've reviewed the circumstances of your case, and I'm going to be setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000. $100,000 secured appearance bond. Should you be able to post that bond, there are some additional release conditions that apply. You can't have any contact with the victim, and you can't have any contact with the arresting officers. The rest of your release conditions, let me finish, and then we can figure out. The rest of your release conditions, I'm not going to go over with you, but they are going to be provided to you in writing, as with all of my orders here today. Now, to the best, from what I understand, you rose your hand. That means you have a question. All right.
Would you like to write down? I have a pad and paper.
Okay. Maybe we can provide you with. And is Gary Brody seated at the door there? Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, officer. Mr. Ramirez, are those multiple questions that you're writing, or just one? Okay. Quite the dissertation there. Are you, Mr. Ramirez, let me ask you something. Are you going to be there are you going to be writing for a little while longer? Because I can recall your matter, if that's. Now, let me ask you, because I don't know if you can carry a pencil in the back.
I'll just get it back up. You want to
Okay. Officer, can he go in the change of consent? Oh, I think we're done. All right, let the record reflect that the officer is handing me a piece of paper provided to her by the defendant. Okay, for the record, the piece of paper that I was handed, and Mr. Ramirez let me know if I get it wrong. It reads, well, I went with the officers to my house after I had been booked to pick up medical supplies that I have that are rare. And when we arrived, there were signs that my ex-girlfriend had already broke into my place and had removed my things. Did I get that accurately? Okay. But the record reflects that Mr. Ramirez is nodding in the affirmative. Okay. I can't address that because we don't know what I don't know what happened, while you were there. I have appointed you an attorney, and so the only thing I can say at this point regarding this matter is that you're going to be seeing your attorney here on the 18th. It's just a few days away. Bring it up to him or her, as the case may be, and just address it, because I don't know what happened at that scene. I only have what the police are telling me happened prior to that. Thank you very much. If you could step to your left and get your copy of your release conditions. Gary Brody, please take the podium, and then Jesse Buchanan, if I can have you take a seat next to the door, please. Good evening, sir. Could you give me your full name and date of birth?
Gary Wayne Brody, 7/30/64.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brody, you are here as a result of a bench warrant that was issued by the Superior Court for a burglary in the second degree, a Class 3 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you in this matter. Your next court date is a status conference on September 18th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. Now, as to your release conditions, it's my understanding that you failed to show up for your sentencing in this matter. So the court has imposed a secured appearance bond in the amount of $7,500, $7,500. Should you be able to post that bond, there are some additional conditions of your release. I'm not going to go over all of them. You're going to get a copy of everything as part of your paperwork here in a moment. And I think that concludes this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I could have you step to your left. Thank you. Jesse Buchanan. And if I can have Dwayne Fain take a seat next to the door, please. Hello, sir.
How you doing?
Wait. One second. Here we go. It just pulled up. What's your full name and date of birth?
Jesse Buchanan.
Okay. And your
May 27th, 1969.
Okay. Are you raising your hand because you have a question?
Yes.
All right.
I just want to know, is it possible before you read the release conditions, I could say something prior to? It ain't going to be long. I won't be long.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm 56. I've never missed a court hearing. I'm just a working man. I know these, not taken away from the brevity of the charges. When they came and talked to me about this, I never went nowhere, did nothing, waited on them. They called me to come down today. I came down from work. I work for this company. They trust me. I'm just trying to see if it's possible, some reason why I can make it to work Monday, if possible. I know it's kind of hard, but I'm just asking. I'm 57, not a young guy.
And so here's what's going on with your case. It wasn't up to me to determine whether or not there was probable cause to move your case forward.
Yeah.
What happened with your case is that the allegations against you went to a grand jury.
Yeah.
And the grand jury determined that they issued an indictment, so that means there was enough for your case to move forward. I don't know all of the specifics in your case, again, because it was all handled by the grand jury. What the grand jury also did is they passed down a bond amount that I have to abide by.
So where you can.
Yeah,
reduce the
so
bond.
because it's a grand jury bond, not, me sitting here and trying to determine probable cause, it's grand jury passed it down, so.
That's weird. The sheriff told me that you could, just to talk to you, they said you could make it from cash to surety to pay the 10%. That's why I was asking for it. They said I could pay the 10%. You know what I'm saying? That did tell me that. That's what they said.
Right, and maybe, and right now, because it's a grand jury bond amount, that I have to respect what the grand jury's passed down, there may be a possibility down the road with a different judicial officer, because you'll never, you won't be in my courtroom again, but there may be a possibility with a different judicial officer that you can, address those release conditions. But I won't be able to do it now. I have to adhere as to the release conditions.
Oh, that's the law in Arizona?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
So with that said, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is an arraignment. It's on September 19th. September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As we talked about, it's a grand jury warrant for your arrest that was issued, and the bond is $10,000, which has been affirmed by this court. It is cash only. Now, there are bond companies that do handle cash only bonds. There's not a lot of them, but there are some. And in some cases, I have heard, don't quote me directly, that instead of putting 10% down, they want you to put 20% down. And with 20% down, they'll post a cash-only bond. The officers will be able to assist you in directing you as to the bond companies, and they all, I think almost all of them collect calls. So if there's a difference between $1,000 or $2,000, and you can do that, depending on the bond company, if they allow for that, I think you may still be able to make your...
Go to work Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I encourage you to contact or to stay in touch with these officers here when you get taken back, so then they can direct you as to the bond company that you can be able to call.
All right.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. If I could have you step to your left to get a copy of your release conditions. Thank you very much. Dwayne Fain. And if I can have Daniel Daniegos take a seat next to the door. And Danielle Daniegos, if I could have you take a seat next to the door, please. Take your time.
Good morning.
Good evening, sir. Could you give me your full name and date of birth? Your full name and your date of birth.
Dwayne Lamar Fain, 11/12/1969.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. It is for a probation violation on a Class 2 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. It is alleged that you have violated terms 6 and 7 of your probation. The court has imposed a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. $1,000 in your case, secured appearance. There are additional release conditions. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you are going to get a copy of all my orders, including the ones I haven't stated out loud, here in a moment from the officer. If I can have you step to your left.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Daniegos. And if I could have Benny Rodriguez take a seat next to the door, please. Good evening, sir. Could you give me your full name and date of birth?
Daniel Daniegos. Daniel Daniegos.
And your date of birth?
March 6, 1990.
Thank you very much. Sir, you are here as a result of a bench warrant from the Superior Court for one count of dangerous drugs, possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, one count of narcotics drugs, a Class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. Excuse me. I have appointed an attorney to represent you in this matter. Your next court date is September 18th at 8:30 a.m., followed by that's a status conference, followed by a preliminary hearing, and September 22nd, also at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to your release conditions in this matter, I looked at your case. You weren't here just too long ago, and you were seen by a judicial officer like myself in this courtroom, and they allowed you to be released to pretrial services, for which you didn't show. Based on that, this court is imposing a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $2,500. $2,500. There's some additional release conditions that you're going to have to abide by, a copy of all of which you're going to get here momentarily as you step to your left. Thank you very much. Benny Rodriguez. And if I can have Jermaine Clemens, please, come to the door, or come to the chair next to the door, please. Good evening, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Benny Rodriguez, manual, January 28, 2002.
All right. You are here. You are here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. For a Class 2 felony, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. It is alleged that you have committed a Term 1 violation of your probation. Term 1 of everybody's probation is that you not commit new crimes while you're on probation. That Term 1 violation is alleged to have happened through or being handled through the city of Phoenix. And I don't know if you've seen the judge yet for the city of Phoenix on that matter. But the court has imposed a secured appearance bond on this matter, on the probation violation, Term 1 violation, in the amount of $2,500, $2,500. There's some additional release conditions. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you will get a copy of everything in the paperwork here momentarily. Your other matter is number 16 on the calendar. That's also a Superior Court probation violation warrant for a Class 4 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is the same date. It's a probation verification arraignment and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. Again, this is because of the Term 1 violation that we just talked about in the previous case. Your bond amount that the court has imposed is a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 for this matter. Again, I'm not going to go through all the release conditions, but should you be able to post bond, additional release conditions do apply. You're going to get a copy of all of them here in the paperwork for both cases that you're about to receive. So it's $2,500 for the first matter, $500 for the second matter, for a total of $3,000 secured appearance bond. All right, if I can have you step to your left.
Secured means cash only.
No, secured appearance means a surety bond, so bond companies usually require you to put a certain amount down. Usually it's 10%, but, don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understand.
All right. Thank you. Jermaine Clemens, and if I can have Casey Simpson. Casey Simpson, come to the seat next to the door, please. Good evening, sir. Could you give me your full name and date of birth?
Jermaine Clemens, 12/25/1979.
Thank you very much. You are here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant for a Class 4 felony. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. That's going to be a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. It is alleged that you have violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. The court has reviewed the circumstances in your case and has imposed a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. $500 secured appearance bond. There are some additional release conditions that you must abide by should you be able to post that bond. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you are going to get a copy of everything, including the terms I haven't gone over, the release condition terms I haven't gone over here from the officers momentarily. If you could step to your left.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Casey Simpson, and if I could have Barry Bishop come to the chair next to the door, please. Good evening, sir. Please give me your name and date of birth.
Casey Brian Simpson, February 5th, 1997.
Okay. Mr. Simpson, you are here on a Superior Court probation violation matter. One moment, please. For a Class 4 felony, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. It is alleged that you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. Reviewing the circumstances in your probation violation matter, I have imposed the secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. $250 secured appearance bond. Should you be able to make that bond, there are additional release conditions that you must abide by, a copy, all of which you're going to receive here momentarily from the officers. If I can have you step to your left. Thank you very much. All right. Barry Bishop. And if I can have Lauren Joe come to the chair next to the door, please. Hello, sir. Could you give me your full name and date of birth?
Barry James Bishop, Jr., 2/20/1970.
Okay. And there's a suffix to your name. It's Junior.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let the record reflect I've updated you that information in ISIS. All right. So you're here on 2 matters. The first is number 17 on the calendar. It is a warrant out of the Surprise Municipal Court. Surprise Municipal Court for Class 1 misdemeanor theft. I have ordered that an attorney be appointed to you at your next hearing for the issue of the bond only. The bond in your matter is a secured appearance bond in the amount of $200. The attorney that's going to be appointed will address the bond issue, but will not be representing you on the misdemeanor charge. All defendants for municipal court matters do not get a court-appointed attorney for these kind of charges, although you are free to hire one at your own expense. So Release conditions in your matter are a $200 security appearance bond, and if you don't post it, you will be transported to Surprise on the 16th, September 16th, Surprise City Court on the 16th, where the bond issue will also be readdressed. As to your second matter, number 18 on the calendar, that's also out of the Surprise Municipal Court. That's also for a Class 1 misdemeanor, possession of drug paraphernalia. And it's going to be the same thing. I'm going to appoint an attorney, but only for the purposes of bond. The bond amount in that matter is $200. So $200 for your first one, $200 for the second one. Secured appearance bond, and the attorney will represent you as to that issue only. You are free to hire an attorney at your own expense to represent you, otherwise. Should you be able to post bond, there are additional release conditions, all of which I'm not going to go through with you, but you are going to get a copy of them from the officers here momentarily. And if I didn't say it, on both cases, it is you are scheduled for an arraignment hearing on September 16th, September 16th at 1:30 p.m. for both matters. And that's in the Surprise Municipal Court. All right, thank you very much. You'll be getting a copy of your paperwork here momentarily. Lauren Joe, and if I can have Shasta Cervantes come to the chair next to the door, please. Good evening, ma'am. Could you give me your full name and date of birth?
Laura Marie Curtis Joe, August 28, 1992.
Thank you very much. You're here on a municipal court warrant out of the Goodyear Municipal Court. It is for a Class 1 misdemeanor DUI. I have ordered that an attorney be appointed to represent you at your next court date, which is going to be an arraignment on September 17th at 8:30 a.m. in the Goodyear Municipal Court. I have placed a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. Should you be able to post that bond, it's up to you to get yourself to Goodyear Municipal Court by September 17th. If you don't, the Sheriff's Department will transfer you there. So you're going to get a copy of my order as well as for other release conditions that all of which I'm not going to go over with you from the deputies here in 1 second. Thank you very much. If I can have you step to your left. Shasta Cervantes, please. And if I can have Santiago Leonardo come to the chair next to the door. Good evening, ma'am. Could I have you give me your full name and date of birth?
Shasta Cervantes, 4/11/84.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, you're here today on a probation violation matter for a Class 6 felony stemming from the Superior Court. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a probation revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing on September 19th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to your, you know what, I'm going to have to reprint this. As to your release conditions, I am going to be releasing you in your own recognizance here today.
Okay.
There are some additional release conditions that you must abide by, a copy of which you will get here in your paperwork from the officers. The big one, the most important one, is that you contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. So Monday morning, please give your probation officer a call.
Okay.
All right. I'm releasing your OR, but also on your promise to appear in court on the 19th of September. Do you promise?
Okay.
Okay, fantastic. You should be getting your paperwork here shortly.
Thank you.
Santiago Leonardo, please come to the podium, and if I can have Shane Yazzie come to the chair next to the door. Good evening, sir. Can you please give me your full name and date of birth?
Yes, Santiago Leonardo, on December 10, 1987.
Thank you very much. Mr. Leonardo, you are here on two matters. The first is a new case stemming from the Superior Court. It is for allegedly one count of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. I do find probable cause to exist for that charge. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference on September 26th at 8:30 a.m., followed by a preliminary hearing on September 30th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to the release conditions on your matter, I am going to be releasing you on your own recognizance and your promise to appear at your next court date on September 26th. Do you so promise?
Sure, yes.
Okay. All right, there's going to be some additional release conditions that you must abide by, a copy of which you're going to be getting. I'm not going to go over them with you, but you're going to get a copy of everything in your paperwork by the officers here momentarily. If I can have you step to your left.
Excuse me, can I rephrase how that happened? Well, this morning, me and one of my coworkers were having an altercation of a vehicle that he had purchased from him. So we called the police, and as the police arrived, he asked for our names and everything. I got my ID, and it appeared that I had a warrant. So that's how, as I was getting arrested, there was like a little baggie of cocaine in my pants.
Yeah. So here.
It was basically like almost nothing.
I'm going to be releasing you, so you're going to be out of here today on your own recognizance. But everything that you're saying is being recorded, and I don't want to, it could be used against you. So you're going to be seeing your attorney. Since I've appointed you an attorney, you're going to be seeing your attorney here on September 26th. What you're starting to tell me, make sure you tell him or her.
Okay.
Because then they can help direct you as to, which direction to go with your matter.
All right.
All right? Okay. All right. Good luck to you. You're released on your OR, on your own recognizance. So you'll get a paperwork here, step to your left.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I'm sorry. I did that earlier today. There's a second matter. There is also a second matter. If you wouldn't mind coming back to the podium. It's a Justice Court warrant out of the Moon Valley Justice Court. The warrant that you were telling me about, that you were just talking to me about. It is for driving on a suspended license. That's a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter. Your next court date is an arraignment hearing on September 26th at 10 a.m. in the Moon Valley Justice Court, the address of which you're going to get as part of your paperwork. As to this matter, I'm also going to be releasing you on your own recognizance. So the warrant is quashed. Just get to court by September 26th at 10 a.m. so you can address the driving on suspended license issue. You're also going to get additional release conditions that you must abide by. I'm not going to go over all of them, but they'll be in your paperwork here that you'll be receiving momentarily. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. If I can have you step to your left. Thank you. Shane Yazzie, next. And if I could have Columbe Mukimba come to the chair next to the door.
My name is Shane J. Yazzie. My birth date is March 4th, 1991.
Thank you very much. Okay, sir, you are here on a new matter, new case stemming from the Superior Court. It is for one count of theft of means of transportation and one count of robbery, a Class 4 felony. The theft of means of transportation is a Class 3 felony. If I can have you hold on 1 second. Okay. I do find probable cause to exist as to both of those allegations against you. I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference on September 18th at 8:30 a.m., followed by an evidentiary hearing the very next day, September 19th at 1:30 p.m., and that's going to be followed by a preliminary hearing on September 22nd at 8:30 a.m. All three settings are going to be in the downtown Superior Court. Now, as to your release conditions, I see here that you were on release for another matter, another felony matter.
Yes.
And that's so that you could do the diversion program or something to that effect. Because you were on release for another felony matter, when you commit a new offense while on release for a felony matter, you are not bondable as a matter of right. So at this point, I'm going to hold you non-bondable. Now, you will have a chance to readdress your release conditions at your evidentiary hearing on September 19th at 1:30 p.m. So until then, you're going to stay in custody. Your release conditions may or may not change, but you'll have a chance to readdress them at that time. Should you be released, you have to follow some additional release conditions: to not have any contact with the victims and have no contact with the arresting officers. There are additional release conditions that I have not gone over, a copy, all of which you're going to get here in the paperwork from the officers. If I could have you step to your left, please.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Colombe Makiba. Good afternoon. I'm sorry. Good evening, sir. Can I have you give me your full name and date of birth, please?
Mukiba Colombe C.
Okay. And what's your date of birth?
02/24/1994.
All right. Sir, you are here. You are here because of a new matter stemming from the Superior Court. It is one count of resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony. I have determined that there is probable cause to, on that charge, on that allegation. I have appointed you an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference on September 26th at 8:30 a.m. That's going to be followed by a preliminary hearing on September 30th at 8:30 a.m., both in the downtown Superior Court. As to your release conditions on this matter, I have reviewed the circumstances surrounding the charges against you. Excuse me. And the court is ordering that you be released on your own recognizance here today. There are some additional release conditions that you must abide by. Oops, I just clicked the wrong thing. There are some additional release conditions that you must abide by. I'm not going to go through all of them. You're going to get a copy of everything in the paperwork from the officers here momentarily. If I can have you step to your left. Thank you very much.
The state will be appearing for the next one, number 4.
Yeah, that's why And officer, is there any way that the last matter, are there just two matters, two people left?
No, just one.
Oh, I'm sorry, just one and then the gentleman I just saw? Is there any way that, could he be processed out?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
You can give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We had only a last-minute addition of the house call, so number 23 will be a house call as well now.
Okay. Have I done the release conditions for that? I remember. Okay, all right. If I can have, did I put the release conditions together for number 23?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, I did. All right, if I could have Santos Martinez come to the podium, please. And officer, again, there's no one else in the... Okay. All right, fantastic. All right, and is the state on line?
Yes, Your Honor, the state is present.
Okay, if I can have the state announce first.
Yes, Your Honor, Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Thank you very much. Sir, can I have you give me your date of birth and full name?
My full name is Santos Daniel Martinez, and my date of birth is March 24th, 1999.
Does the state wish to be heard as to release conditions?
The primary reason, Your Honor, the state is appearing is because in the Form 4, the victim's name was mentioned. As I'm sure Your Honor is aware, there is statutory law that prevents the victims of any sort of sex crimes names to be redacted or held from a Form 4 for this purpose. So the state is just asking that the Form 4 be sealed, Your Honor. The state did provide the request to seal form along with the state's recommendation. The state did ask for a bond in the amount of $100,000 cash based on the allegations, Your Honor, based on the fact that it doesn't appear that the suspect knew the victim. So that obviously gives the state great concern for the safety of the community. The state does believe that the suspect is a danger to the community. The state does believe that he also has previous violent crimes or some sort. So that would be the reason, Your Honor, given that it's a sex crime. The state is also asking for electronic monitoring, which is statutorily required, and all other conditions outlined in the state's written recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I have received, I have the state's request to seal the Form 4. It is ordered, I think there's good cause to do so. It is ordered by this court that the Form 4 be sealed in this matter. All right. As to this case, I'm gonna proceed with the initial appearance. Is the state still on the line?
Yes, Your Honor, the state's here.
Let me ask you. You asked for electronic monitoring.
Yes, Your Honor.
You mentioned the alleged victim and the defendant, they didn't know each other?
That's how the state read the Form 4. The state can't confirm that for certain, but that's how the state read the Form 4. There was no indications in the Form 4 to the state's knowledge that there is any relationship or any sort of knowledge of each other prior to this incident.
Okay. And you're still requesting the electronic monitoring?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a sex crime, so it's statutorily mandated.
Okay. All right, I'm going to read it. All right. All right, sir, you are here on a new matter with two allegations against you, the first being a sexual abuse, a Class 5 felony, and the second being an assault as a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have reviewed your matter. I do find that probable cause exists as to both counts. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference on September 18th at 8:30 a.m. Followed by a preliminary hearing on September 22nd, also at 8:30 a.m., both in the downtown Superior Court. As to your release conditions, you know what, I don't understand what this, for some reason, it's not popping. All right, so save. Okay, did you get it? Okay, for some reason it wasn't saving before and it saved now. As to your release conditions, sir, I've reviewed the circumstances in your case, and a secured appearance bond is appropriate. The court has determined that a secured appearance bond in the amount of $65,000 will be imposed. Should you be able to make that bond or post that bond, the court is also ordering that an electronic monitoring device be installed prior to your leaving custody. In addition, there are some additional release conditions, and they include not to return to the scene of the crime and not to have any contact with the alleged victims in this matter. There are more release conditions should you be able to post bond. I'm not going to go through all of them, but a copy of all of them are going to be provided to you in the paperwork that you're about to receive.
The electronic monitoring, is that an ankle monitor, or is what?
That's what's commonly referred to as an ankle bracelet.
Got it.
Okay. All right. With that concludes your matter. If I can have you step to your left.
Ms. Stetson, you're muted.
Oh, I am?
Not anymore.
Okay, Your Honor, can I be excused?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, because I didn't realize. Okay, thank you very much. You can. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Absolutely. Right. Okay, the rest of the matters on the calendar are house calls. Is there any new information on Mr. Keith Puffer, William Kelly, and Brent Holt?
No, Your Honor, they're still in the hold.
Okay. They a danger to themselves or others? That kind of deal?
I believe I told the clerk. Yes, number 23 was not following orders. Number 15 is not following orders, and number 8 is combative.
Okay. In case the microphone did not pick up, all three individuals that I will be doing a house call for are a danger to themselves or others. As to number 23 on the calendar, Kenneth Puffer. Mr. Puffer is here on a new justice court matter for assault, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest, all misdemeanors. I have found probable cause to exist as to all three counts. I will be appointing an attorney to represent him. His next court date is September 17th at 8:30 a.m. in the Ironwood Justice Court. It is the court's inclination to impose a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000, as well as an electronic monitoring device to be installed before he leaves. Some additional release conditions will be that he not return to the scene of the crime or have any contact with the victims, and that he must find an alternative residence and provide proof of that residence. I'm going to do a quick edit on that release condition to include one civil standby order.
That's number 23, Your Honor, or 15?
Number 23. Okay, the next case on the calendar is William Kelly. As for Mr. Kelly, this is a new matter arising out of the Superior Court for one count of ag DUI, or 2 counts of ag DUI, both class 4 felonies, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia. I have found probable cause to exist as to all 3 counts. I have appointed an attorney to represent Mr. Kelly. His next court date is September 18th. That's a status conference at 8:30 a.m., followed by a preliminary hearing on September 22nd, also at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown, both in the downtown Superior Court. As to Mr. Kelly's release condition, it is my inclination to impose a secured appearance bond of $10,000, a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. And finally, as to Mr. Holt, he has 2 matters. As to number 8 on the calendar, it is a justice court warrant for 1 count of criminal damage, a class 1 misdemeanor. I have appointed an attorney to represent him. His next court date is an arraignment on September 17th at 8:30 a.m. I have imposed a secured appearance, or it is my inclination to impose a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50, and that'll serve as a placeholder bond to make sure that he's transported. As to Mr. Holt, number 9 on the calendar, his second matter, it is a new Superior Court case for 1 count of aggravated assault as a class 2 felony, 1 count of criminal damage as a class 5 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest, a class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal damage as a class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to exist as to all counts. I have appointed an attorney to represent him. His next court date is a status conference on September 18th at 8:30 a.m., followed by a preliminary hearing on September 22nd, also at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. As to this matter, the court has imposed it is the court's inclination to impose a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000, along with electronic monitoring device or equipment that needs to be installed prior to him being released from jail. If after visiting these folks, I change any of my orders or inclinations, I will do so in a separate writing and not come back on the record on this calendar. As it stands, this calendar is now concluded and we're adjourned.
Be seated. Be seated. Had this all set up to go, and then it's not liking me. All right, this is the 11 p.m. initial appearance calendar. I'm going to call you in individually. You'll come in the courtroom behind the podium. I'll ask you for your name and date of birth. I will also tell you if I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. I'm also going to give you the date of your next court appearance. I will let you know whether you're eligible for a bond or not. Now, if it's a secured bond, that means you can go through a bonding company. Phone numbers for the various bonding companies are located in the jail area. You can call any one of them. They will accept collect calls. I'm going to also tell you if I've set any release conditions, like no contact with the alleged victim or no going back to the alleged scene of the crime. You need to follow each and every condition if you want to remain released. Let me remind you, if you've been ordered by a court not to have contact with the victim and then you do so, you may be charged with an additional felony. Now, when you come into the courtroom, please be aware this is all being video recorded, so do not talk about the facts of your case, as you have the right to remain silent. Luck with my, there we go. Now, as you leave the courtroom, court staff is going to give you your paperwork. That's going to show you your current charges, whether you are appointed attorney or not, where, when, what time your next court date is, then whether you're eligible for a bond, and then it'll have a list of all your release conditions. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether you're eligible for a bond or not. That decision is based on your past criminal history, any failures to appear, your current charges, and Arizona law. It is not based on personal information, so don't go into that. And finally, for the record, the orders for taking of DNA samples and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month, September 2025, shall apply to all matters on this calendar. I have a couple of warrants that I have to do because they're urgent, and then we'll get started with the calendar.
Hello, this is Officer Toby.
Hi, Officer Cindy Nanetti at the Search Warrant Center. I have your warrant. Are you ready to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm that the information contained in the affidavit and warrant are true and accurate to the best of your personal knowledge, information, or belief? Okay, Bernadette, good luck. Bye. Looks like the others went away. Wait a minute, how come I've got 3 over here? All right. All right, can I have Landon Pace come into the courtroom and Eduardo Vargas to the chair outside the courtroom? Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Landon Real Pace, March 28, 1995.
Okay. So, sir, you've got 3 matters. We'll take them one at a time, okay? The first one is a probation violation. You're on probation for 2 Class 6 felonies, and then you failed to appear for your probation violation hearing. Probation is alleging you violated your probation by getting new charges. That's called a Term 1. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be a disposition on September 22nd at 8:30. And pursuant to Arizona Criminal Rule of Procedure 7.2C, you'll be held non-bailable. Now, secondly, you've got another failure to appear because you failed to appear for sentencing, involving charges of 2 counts of trafficking and stolen property, Class 2 felonies, 1 count of trafficking and stolen property in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of theft of means of transportation, and 1 count of burglary in the 2nd degree. Those are all Class 3 felonies. 1 count of attempted burglary in the 2nd degree, and 2 counts of burglary in the 3rd degree. Those are all Class 4 felonies. You already have a court-appointed lawyer. Your next hearing will be a status conference, September 22nd at 8:30. And pursuant to Arizona Criminal Rule of Procedure 7.2, you'll be held non-bailable. Then lastly, you've got new charges. This involves one count of interfering in a monitor device, an ankle monitor, that's a Class 4 felony, and then 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 1 misdemeanor. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing is going to be a status conference, September 18th at 8:30. I'm also setting an evidentiary hearing on the 19th at 1:30. So Arizona has a criminal rule of procedure. It's 4.2A7A. Basically what it says is if you're out on release on a felony, you are out on the release pending your sentencing, and you allegedly commit a new felony, you cannot bail out. But you do get a chance to challenge that, and that will be at that evidentiary hearing on the 19th. Okay? Get your paperwork from the court staff. Eduardo Vargas, come on in. George Heredia to the chair outside the courtroom. Okay, sir, state your name and date of birth.
Eduardo Vargas Castro, July 15, 1992.
Okay, you have a grand jury warrant, which means the grand jurors met and they heard testimony. They found probable cause on 2 counts of aggravated driving under the influence while license is suspended or revoked. Those are both Class 4 felonies. And then 1 count of possession of narcotic drug, that's a Class 4 felony. All of these allegedly occurred April 6th of this year. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing is going to be an arraignment, September 19th at 8:30. Now, you are out on release on a possession of prohibited weapon possession. So since you're out on release on a felony, pursuant to Arizona Criminal Rule of Procedure 4.2A7A, you're going to be held non-bailable on this because you are out on release on other charges. But you do get to challenge that. And that's going to happen at that evidentiary hearing with your lawyer on the 19th at 1:30. Okay? Get your paperwork from the court staff. George, come on in. Flint Tuitavuki to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
George Heredia, February 9th, 2001.
2002?
2001.
February 9th of 2002?
No, February 9th, 2001.
Of 2001?
Yes.
Okay. You have 4 matters. The first one is a Superior Court new case alleging one count of theft of means of transportation, Class 3 felony, one count of unlawful means of transportation, Class 5 felony, one count of reckless driving, Class 2 misdemeanor. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be a status conference, September 18th at 8:30. I've set a $50,000 bond. Now, you are on probation. The next 3 are all probation violations. You're on probation for a Class 3, a Class 5, and a Class 6 felony. Probation now has alleged that you have violated all 3 of your probations by getting the new charges. That's called a Term 1 violation, getting new charges. I'm appointing a lawyer on all 3 of those to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, possible disposition, on September 19th at 8:30. Pursuant to Arizona Criminal Rule of Procedure 7.2c, you'll be held non-bailable on all of those. Get your paperwork from the court staff. Flint, come on in. Delbert Douglas to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Flint Tuitavuki, August 25th, 1999.
All right, you've got a probation violation warrant for your probation that you're on for a Class 3 felony. Probation is alleging you violated Term 3, 5, and 21. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, possible disposition, September 19th at 8:30. Pursuant to Arizona Criminal Rule of Procedure 7.2c, you'll be held non-bailable until that next hearing. Get your paperwork from the court staff. Delbert Douglas, come on in. Tyrana Grady to the chair outside the courtroom.
The county attorney is going to appear in this way.
On this one? Okay. And is she on the line?
Yes.
Okay. State your name and date of birth.
Delbert Douglas, 4777.
Okay, you're here on a Superior Court new case. County Attorney, did you want to announce for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Okay. Sir, the new case alleges one count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, Class 2 felony. One count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, Class 3 felony. One count of disorderly conduct with a weapon, Class 6 felony. 4 counts of endangerment. One count of discharging a firearm in the city limits, and 1 count of criminal damage. All those are Class 6 felony. Now, according to your financial affidavit, I could not find that you're indigent. So you can do one of 2 things. 1, you can hire your own attorney. Or 2, when you go to court the next time, give more information to the next judge about your finances or any debts you owe or anything like that, and see if you are eligible, okay?
Okay.
All right, County Attorney, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, very quickly. Your Honor is already familiar with the allegations in the Form 4. In addition to that, the state did contact Surprise Police and did speak with the investigating officer. The state does have additional information because, as Your Honor is aware, there was a 2-year-old minor in the vehicle when the suspect allegedly shot at this vehicle. The state wanted to confirm where the 2-year-old was in relationship to the bullet holes in the vehicle. When the state spoke with the officer, he did say that the bullet holes were in the rear driver's side area, while the 2-year-old child was in the rear passenger side, Your Honor. But this officer did also mention when bullets hit metal, they ricochet a lot, so there was great concern for not only the child, but for striking the driver as well. The state did confirm that the victim vehicle was a Chevy Tahoe, Your Honor, which is significantly smaller weight-wise than the suspect's vehicle, which was a work vehicle loaded down with construction items. This officer also told the state that the suspect had to reach into his backpack and get the weapon out of its holster in order to shoot at the victim vehicle. So the state would argue that there is quite a bit of intention behind that, Your Honor. This officer did tell the state that the suspect said he didn't do it intentionally, Your Honor, but the state would refute that by saying that he reached into his backpack, he pulled the gun out of his holster, and he shot at a moving vehicle while the vehicle he was in was moving. In addition to that, Your Honor, the state did inquire with the officer about the flow of traffic during this time. The officer said it was a heavy flow of traffic. He said even running code to this incident, Your Honor, it was difficult to get there due to the amount of people on the roadway at the time of this. So not only was the suspect putting the driver of his vehicle, but putting the victims in safety and jeopardy. He was also putting surrounding drivers' lives in jeopardy by pulling out a weapon while driving 65 miles an hour on a highway, Your Honor, or possibly 75, and then shooting at a moving vehicle. He did state, the suspect did state that he did say he was in fear for his life due to potentially being cut off by these victims' vehicle. But then again, Your Honor, that goes back to Eve pulling out a weapon and shooting at someone. The correct way to do something if you believe that your life is in jeopardy because a vehicle is cutting you off. Secondly, Your Honor, the suspect's vehicle is much larger than the victim's vehicle. So with all that in consideration, Your Honor, the state is asking for a $100,000 cash bond with conditions outlined in the state's written recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, your next hearing is going to be a status conference on September 18th at 8:30. While I agree with a lot of what the county attorney indicated, sir, you've got no history, but I am, these are really serious charges, so I am going to impose a $50,000 cash bond. You are not to have any contact with any of the alleged victims. You are not to possess any weapons.
That's fine.
All right? Get your paperwork from the court staff. Counsel, did you want to be heard on any other matters?
I don't believe so, Your Honor, unless Your Honor wants the state to stick around.
Totally up to you.
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, have a good evening.
You too.
All right,
Bye.
Tyani Grady, come on in, and Elizabeth Chapman to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name, ma'am, state your name and date of birth.
Tyana Grady, August 25th, 2000.
Okay, you've got a grand jury warrant, which means the grand jurors met, they heard testimony, they found probable cause on 3 counts of organized retail theft of merchandise, Class 4 felonies, and 3 counts of organized retail theft with an artifice, Class 4 felonies. They're mostly on August 31st of 2024. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing is going to be an arraignment, September 19th at 8:30. The grand jury judge, that's the person that heard the case after the grand jury indicted you, Set your bond at $30,000. You cannot return to any of the scenes of the crime. Note your paperwork from the court staff. Elizabeth Chapman, come on in. Samuel Ramirez to the chair outside the courtroom. Ma'am, state your name and date of birth.
Elizabeth Gloria Chapman, May 9th, 1956.
All right, you've got a probation violation warrant for your probation that you're on for a Class 4 felony. Probation is alleging you violated term 3, 5, and 13. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, possible disposition, September 19th at 8:30. I've set a $2,500 bond. Now, if you post that bond, you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Get your paperwork from the court staff. Samuel, come on in. Travis Tunips to the chair outside the courtroom. All right, sir, state your name and date of birth.
Samuel Ramirez, May 9th, 2003.
All right, you've got two matters. The first one is a probation violation. You're on probation for a Class 6 felony. Probation is alleging you violated term 3, 4, 7, and 12. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, possible disposition, September 19th at 8:30. And the judge who signed the warrant set your bond at $50 cash. If you post that bond, you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Now, you also have new charges alleging one kind of unlawful means of transportation as a passenger. That's a Class 6 felony. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be a status conference, September 18th at 8:30. And I've set a $2,000 bond on this. No contact with the alleged victim and no contact with your co-defendant. You also must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Got it? Get your paperwork from the court staff. Travis, come on in. Tabitha Hill to the chair outside the courtroom. State your name and date of birth.
Travis Eugene Tonips, 7/13/80.
All right. Sir, you've got a municipal court new case from Surprise alleging one count of an assault, Class 1 misdemeanor, and 2 counts of disorderly conduct, also Class 1 misdemeanors. I did receive, review, and consider a victim statement. I'm appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing is going to be an arraignment, September 16th at 1:30. I set a $1,000 bond. You cannot have any contact with either of the alleged victims. Understood? No email, no texting, no calling, no social media, no calling somebody else to call them, nothing. Got it? Get your paperwork from the court staff. Tabitha Hill, come on in. Marco Rivas to the chair outside the courtroom. State your name and date of birth.
I'm Tabitha Hill, February 10th, 1983.
You've got a probation violation warrant for your probation that you're on for a Class 6 felony. Probation is alleging you violated term 3 and 5. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, possible disposition, September 19th at 8:30. We set a $250 bond. If you post that, you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Get your paperwork from the court staff. Marco, come on in. Andrea Robles to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Marco Rivas, February 6th, 1995.
You've got a probation violation for your probation that you're on for a Class 6 felony. Probation is alleging you violated term 3, 4, 5, and 15. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next hearing will be an arraignment, possible disposition, September 19th at 8:30. I set a $250 bond. If you post that, you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay, get your paperwork. Andrea Robles, come on in. Ryan Breen to the chair outside the courtroom. State your name and date of birth.
Andrea Robles, October 9th, 1985.
October 9th? All right, you've got a justice court warrant out of West Mesa Justice Court for one count of driving while license suspended, canceled, or revoked. That's a misdemeanor. And then, because you didn't show up, you got another charge. It's failure to appear. That's a Class 2 misdemeanor. I've appointed a lawyer for limited representation regarding the bond issue. The court there had asked for your bond to be $500. I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to make it $100 cash.
Thank you.
Your next hearing is going to be an arraignment, September 17th at 8:30.
Okay.
All right, get your paperwork.
And then you said September 17th?
Can you say that again?
You said September 17th?
September 17th, yep.
Okay, and then how does that work, Your Honor? Because I was facing, I've been facing, I saved my home, and then I was trying to get to my house to pay because there was an eviction going with my landlord, and I've been to court with her back and forth, and so I needed to be there by 7 o'clock, and
On the 17th?
No, yesterday. So yesterday, so how does that work? For my bond, you said $100, so basically if they come and pay $100, I'll be able to go and then come back to court this September 17th, okay. Yeah, it's been a crazy ride, Your Honor. I had not paid my fines. That was the first warrant I've ever had in my entire life because my husband gambled everything away, and I have been fighting tooth and nail to keep this home with my 4 kids, and I'm always coming last. So that's the only reason my fines were not paid. I do plan on paying them.
Well, the thing about it is people have a tendency not go to court because they're afraid of not paying a fine or something. We don't put people in jail for not paying a fine. What you can do is on this, you go to court, and if you're found guilty, then you can do a payment plan, or you can do community service to try and pay it off. But not showing up for court is the worst thing.
No, absolutely, Your Honor. I actually had not even thought about my court date. When I tell you my husband gambled our truck, his job, I've never been in that situation before. I've never seen a gambler unfold in front of my eyes, and it's not even that I was worried about court. I didn't even think about court because I was going to court. I had just went to court with my landlord, so I went into the Mesa, the one right there off of Mesa Drive. I walked into there and tried to find out what my rights were as a tenant with my landlord-tenant rights. Yeah. So I didn't think, I just did not even think about it.
Just talk to the court staff about how whoever can pay your bond, and then you get released.
Okay? Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. And then,
No problem.
I'll pay that as soon as possible. Like, I just don't even, that was not intentional at all. So. Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ryan Breen, come on in. Phyllis Aldaba to the chair outside the courtroom. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Hello, Your Honor. Ryan Breen, 1980, August 8th.
All right. You've got a Superior Court new case alleging one count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, Class 5 felony, one count of resisting arrest, Class 2 misdemeanor. I've appointed, actually, because of your financial affidavit, I could not appoint you an attorney. So you can do one of two things. You can either hire your own attorney, or when you go to court the next time, give more information about if you have car payments or any kind of debt or whatever, and then you might become eligible. Your next hearing is going to be a status conference, September 26th at 8:30. I will tell you, usually on these unlawful flights, I set a bond. I'm not going to do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to release you. The reason why is because you have nothing, no kind of record.
Thank you, Your Honor, yes.
So this seems a little bit out of character.
It's a very big mistake.
I mean, again, these are allegations, but because you don't have any kind of record, I'm releasing you on your own promise to go to court.
I will go to court, Your Honor.
But I'll guarantee you, if you don't show up with court with an unlawful flight, you're going to get a bond.
No problem, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
All right, good luck. Get your paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Phyllis, come on in. Cassandra Hernandez to the chair outside the courtroom. State your name and date of birth.
Phyllis Soldaba, 1/17/1990.
You have a municipal court new case from Goodyear for one kind of shoplifting. That's a misdemeanor. You're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. Your next hearing is going to be an arraignment, October 1st at 1 o'clock. And I am going to release you on your own promise to go to court. No returning to the alleged scene of the crime. Let me tell you, in Arizona, if you get 2 or 3 shopliftings, that can make it a felony. All right?
Okay.
They take it real seriously here. Get your paperwork from the court staff. Cassandra Hernandez, come on in.
Hello, Your Honor.
State your name and date of birth.
Sandra Hernandez, 11/19/89.
You have a justice court warrant from West Mesa Justice Court for one count of possession of liquor, open container of liquor in a vehicle. That's a misdemeanor.
Yes.
And then you didn't go to court, so now you got another charge, which is a failure to pay, failure to appear. That's a class 2 misdemeanor.
Yes.
Now, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer because of the nature of the charge. Your next hearing is going to be an arraignment, September 30th at 8:30. They had asked for a bond of $500. But I'm going to give you one chance to go there, get it taken care of. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't want to be brought down here.
No.
I'm going to release you because you're promising me, right? Yes. You're going to court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're going to be released.
Thank you so
Get
much.
your paperwork.
God bless you.
Do you have our interpreter or
Okay.
I had a DUI? Huh? Is that our interpreter?
Sí, yes, this is your Spanish interpreter. I'm ready to assist.
Okay, can you state your name for the record?
Of course. My name is Karin, Kilo Alpha Romeo India November.
Okay, my name's Cindy Nanetti. I'm a judge pro tem with the court here in Maricopa County in Arizona. Because we're in court, I'm going to swear you in. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Do you swear or affirm that the information you're about to interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English will be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and ability?
I swear.
All right, we're going to get started right now. Sir, state your name and date of birth.
Buenas noches, soy su intérprete. Le ayudaré a traducir con la jueza Sidney Nadia que está con usted. Dígame su nombre y fecha de nacimiento.
Brian Ernesto Ruiz Acosta, 26 de abril del 99.
¿Y cuál es su primer nombre?
Brian.
Okay. So my name is Brian Ernesto Ruiz Acosta. Date of birth is April 26, 1999.
Sir, you're here on a Superior Court new case.
Señor, usted está acá el día de hoy en un caso de la Corte Suprema, un nuevo caso.
Alleging one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony.
Usted tiene un cargo que se le ha colocado de parafernalia de drogas, un delito grave de clase 6.
One count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, class 2 misdemeanor.
Usted tiene un cargo de invasión de propiedad, en este caso de tercer grado, un delito menor de clase 2.
These allegedly occurred September 12th of 2025.
Esto ha ocurrido en septiembre 12 de 2025.
I've appointed a lawyer to represent you.
He apuntalado un abogado para que lo represente.
Your next hearing will be a status conference, September 18th at 8:30.
Muy bien, en este caso su siguiente audiencia será una audiencia de conferencia de Estado en septiembre 18 a las 8:30.
I've set a $500 bond.
Le he colocado una fianza de $500.
Get your paperwork from the court staff.
Tome el papeleo del personal de la corte.
Ok, muy bien. Gracias.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you so much, interpreter.
Thank you so much for choosing Lionbridge, Your Honor. Have a wonderful night.
You too. All right, we've got one house call. That's Brandon Jackson. Why is he a house call? Still can't hear you.
He's a NASWA.
Say it again.
NASWA?
What does that stand for?
Oh, he's a non-active.
Non-acute suicide watch.
Say what?
Non-acute suicide watch.
I can't understand that.
Suicide watch.
Non-acute suicide watch.
Non-acute suicide watch. I have been here 12 years and have never heard NASWA. All right. Brandon Jackson, date of birth 9/15 is 79. He's got a grand jury warrant alleging 2 counts of aggravated DUI while license is suspended or revoked, class 4 felony. I've appointed a lawyer to represent him. His next hearing will be an arraignment 9/19 at 8:30. I've set a $100,000 cash bond.